but I got really bored really quickly. Like really bored really quickly. I don't know what it was. I just stopped caring. I want to play the character, but like I always have this issue where I want to play a character, but I don't want to lab them. But labbing them makes it easier to play the character. And it also goes to a situation where I'm getting my ass whooped, and I wouldn't be if I just lab the character. Does that make sense? If I just spent the time now, things would be better. So I'm going to spend the time now. I don't care. I'm going to spend the time now. I'm going to spend the time now. But we're going to start with the stances first, because obviously regular moves bore the fuck out of me. So Raven's moves are Sozo. He's much more of like an evasive type of character, where he's basically doing a bunch of setups. You can play him fundamental, but like, for example, if I were to control Devil Jin, because Devil Jin is the person I've been working on most recently. If you were to control Devil Jin, alright, hold on. Gotta get my daily electric sun. Try to do an electric from a side that I don't do it on. Oh, let me swap sides. No way. Oh, I've lost it. Last night I was hitting like these back to back. There we go. Jesus. Alright, so like fundamentals on Deljin, in a sense, are much more about like poking, uh, making sure I can like bait things out, doing stuff like this. I actually don't use this move. That's a lie. Oh, but it's more like in situations where I know they're not going to get hit by something and I don't want to risk Hell Sweep. I want to see the response, like testing them. That move. Reversed. Alright. So if I do this, now there's spacing outside a jab. Perfect distance for this. Alright. Step back. I can do an electric if it would come out. There we go. Do an electric. Right. There's things you can do from this spacing that work. You sidestep. Like there's scenarios that I have down on, you know, Gen. You know what to do after that. Those are like the fundamentals for me. Where I'm basically just playing off of 1-1-2, back 2-1. I mean back 1-2, right? And 4. Right, this homing move. Down forward 4. Crouch dash into 4-4. Hell sweep. Those are the tools that I'm really working with. So like, it's really just about me pressuring them, being in their face, and figuring out what they want to do. There's not much keep out, like at all. And if it's keep out, it's just enough, you know, just come back in and whiff punish them immediately. Or I notice like they do get up kicks, then I'll do something like this. Like I'm using the basic tools of the kids to try to maximize the amount of advantage I get. Like, if you do get up kicks, low get up kicks, do this to avoid it, free combo. Space this out to like, let's say I do like a combo or something. Something like that. So that way you cannot physically touch me. I'm too far away. I still haven't integrated stuff like down 4, or found situations where that would work. It'd probably be something like that. You just do this. But that's death on block, so. Start doing stuff like this. Start doing stuff like this, right? This 12 frame move, or. Oh, this is 13, not 12. I could have swore he had a 12 frame kick. Huh. Because I was looking for like a fast mid that he would have, but I thought it was 12, but it's 13, I guess. Anyway, I have to do the same thing on Raven, but his game plan is different because since Double Jin's a Mishima, he has the 1-1-2, strong knockdown, 10 frame punishment, 25 damage. Right? He has the wave dash, so he can realign. He has Hell Sweep. So part of his game plan, part of my game plan sometimes is this guy's doing a safe move on block. Hell Sweep him. Take him to the wall. And then just pressure him from there. Hit him with a variety of like a mixes of moves to see what he's doing. Do some moves that leave you plus on block, like yeah. Block. So this move leaves you +4, right? Off of 2 jabs. So like it locks you down, but you can't press. And then goes into this. So it essentially like, okay, it's my turn. This is the I'm taking my turn. That's what jabs are. I'm taking my turn. And they go immediately from I'm taking my turn into, okay, plus frames, what are you gonna do? And if you press during this hit and you get hit by this move, I get a free combo. And if it's like, okay, you aren't pressing, I can test you and go, okay, are you pressing now? And that leaves me 0 on block. Max range. Outside of jabs. Right? You can't jab that. So if I see they like to jab that, you can do something like that. That launch. Right? You can even do stuff like this if they expect the full string. You know, it leaves you +3. Close the distance there. Grab. Honestly, you can even do something like this. If I could do it. So bad at this. You can do house sweep. Right? It's a lot of like building expectations, so you can either hell sweep, if I can fucking do it. Hell sweep. Or so you can do something like this, but that's risky. This is safer, but still risky because you can be launched. You can do this, -11, still pretty safe, right? Tracks to different areas. There's a game plan you can do where it's like, okay, continue, rest now. Keep fighting, keep doing it, test them. So like what ends up happening is I'll do this into this, that's +2. It has a major weakness, so it's definitely a bad habit. I'm not gonna pretend like it's not. But doing this into this, because they think, oh, the third hit's gonna come, and I just loop into more pressure, which is obviously Double Jin's very punishable for basically everything he does. A lot of it, if you find the breakpoints, you just kind of win. You get like a major combo if you hard call it out, or hell, like even if you let's say there's literally no reason not to duck that at all. There's no mix up, all right. And then when it comes to this, you can sidestep it. And if you do get it like made like no reason not to, and then I think like this may actually shut down sidesteps. Maybe I'm not sure. I don't think it does. Because I think I've been sidestepped whenever I did that. Maybe I delayed it too much whenever I did it. I would have to like go back and test it. But I'm pretty sure this stops you from interrupting. You can sidestep this, right? You can also interrupt. You can power pressure. You can parry it. Oscar and June can forward 2 underneath it, which is fucking incredible. Like it's insane they can do that. So it's a lot about like if the opponent knows how to fight back against Devil Jin, I don't think I'm gonna have a good time because all of my good like neutral tools are basically, you know, beaten, and then I just have to like scrape the win off of like reads and like delay timings. So like if I run up, let's say I get a heating gauger, right? Or pretend like this is the heating gauger. That's not what I meant to do at all. Let's pretend like that's the heating gauger. Instead of just going immediately into this, I'd wait a few frames. They try to stand back up. I do it, and then start the pressure, and then play with timing. And then you just have to do that, and just win over and over. And eventually, you have to go for a hell sweep. Eventually, when at the wall, you have to do something like a grab, hope they don't break it, so you get your combo. Right? You have to do these things. And that, like, what pretty much defines the playstyle for Devil Jin is your mids trying to axe, right? And I generally do mean it. Like, your mids are kind of axe. You don't really have any like good powerful mids that like define the neutral for you. Like, think of it this way: this single leg kick is -12, so you have to do the follow up. There's no other follow up to this move, so you have to go into the high. But if they start expecting you to go into the high, they can just do this. All right. And it's like, okay, you can't even loop the move into itself because it's one, punishable, and two, there's like it locks you into a string. Like you're locked into a string. There's no X follow up. So like there's a big gap there that they can easily visually identify and press in. So like I feel like the character's weaknesses defined the fundamental tools that I used. As far as like, for example, his down forward one goes into a high, fight someone who knows how to duck that, you essentially lose every time. It wall splats, sure. Right. And there's like back 1-2 that wall splats. There's back 2-3 that wall splats. Right. So he has these tools that wall splat, except that all of them, and I mean like all of them, are inherently risky. So like if they're on good defense, and you do something like, okay, plus frames into this and like this, you're risking your life. If you do this, you're risking your life. If you do this, you're risking your life. It just defines the way you play the character, where you have to play risky. But if you want to play him like safe and fundamentally, you kind of cut out all these like very punishable moves and block. And then you have to, instead of risking your life there, risk your life with Hell Sweep to condition them to like duck. So when you go for these, it may hit. And like this, I think this is natural. Yeah, this is natural. It has a mix up with this. Punishable. I think Devil Jin has like a decent character design as far as like balance of like move ratios. I just know that there's glaring flaws. Like if I'm back here, this was. So imagine trying to stop him with a mid poke, and that fucking whiffs. So that doesn't hit, you die because you whiffed, and then they press their button, you die. It's essentially like playing a Mishima style is different from whatever Raven has, where it feels a lot more. I want to say trick based, because a lot of his moves are reaction. Like you can react to this, right? I'm trying to think of another low he has. Like this is from full crouch that's reactable. If you block this slide, you get a combo. there's this safe made, but that it feels like it goes nowhere and it gives up all of your turn. You're -9, you can't step, you can't do nothing, you can duck, but I mean, like, you can parry, sure. Uh, but like the idea is essentially with Raven, even though you can say this about every other character in the game, Raven's whole deal is reads. He does nothing but figure out what you want to do and punish you for it. At least that's how I view the character. There's literally nothing else I can see as far as the character goes. Like all of it is like at least with like Devil-Jin, there's Hell Sweep, there's Change for with punishment. Raven has similar tools of he can punish you, he can sweep you. It's just that like those tools are also generic, slow, and like I feel like Raven is a character who has good tools, but those tools don't have sauce, if that makes sense. Right? And like it's not a character you can just do shit on. I feel like with Ling, if no one knows the matchup, you can just do stuff. But like I feel like even with Raven, with not knowing the matchup, if someone does something, I kind of can just go, oh, I just don't press. Oh, now his turn's over. We'll see more when we get into it. We'll cover the Soul Zone stance first. So 3+4 Soul Zone has this animation, pretty obvious, right? Every time his hands go purple, he makes this hand sign. He's going in the stance. Now he has Soul Zone 1, 14 frames high, right? +8 on hits. And then let's make this block. On block, it's +1. So you can still jab. So if it was like, okay, let's say you would do something like it's still your turn. And someone who doesn't know the matchup would go, alright, surely it's my turn. Nope. Right. This move has decently long range. I'm not sure if it's counter or not. No, it's not. I notice it isn't wall spotting. Right? Let's say there's an extension in one of his clones that wall spots for you. And there's a thing about Raven where he uses his clones often. All of his clones are -13 on block. All of them. But with Raven's clones, you can see -15. Raven's clones essentially make some of his moves like some of the greatest punishment in the game. I'm not gonna hold you, because if you eat a down forward 1, for many characters, there's a follow up that like wall splats. Right? I think if we so I go over here. Oh, whatever. No. I'm gonna get it, bro. I don't care. I cannot hell sweep from the side. Holy shit. Oh, I fucked it up. I had it. Oh, I see him on the I'm forgetting to hold forward. I haven't trained my fingers to like do the proper timing on this side. No way. There we go. Cool. Anyway, you walking? No, no. If you're on Devil Jin, that is 34 damage, right? And the difference being is that this is mid high. Kings is mid high. Armor Kings is mid high. Kazuya's is mid high. So effectively, what it means is that inside of a pressure sequence, you can see this move duck, and there's a good chance you get a free launch after it. With Raven, is the complete opposite, where since it's a clone and his clones are special mids, that wall spots. If I make the clone, I mean, if I make him follow me off the wall, I do standard approach. Oh, I see what I did wrong. Yeah, whatever. It's no clue why they did that. Since it's so far ranged, you can wall splat off the wall. Like, you can wall splat, like, not even... Like, sure, that's a bit far, but if you're here, this wall splats. Or, I thought it would wall splat. Hold on. Nah, okay. So you do have to be at least close to the wall. Like actually. So about here, wall splats. It doesn't? Huh. Never mind. I'm going wrong. But, like, anyway, besides the fact of that, look how much damage it does. It does 44 damage, damn near 50, off of a single down forward one. Which does mean you can punish someone with this, or you can anticipate them pressing a button, or just, like, test them. Alright. It can wall break. Weird. Anyway, the idea is that his clones allow you to, like, wall splat. So if I do, like, Sozone, I think it's like Sozone 1, 2, wall splats. Oh, he's crouched. There you go. Essentially, what I'm trying to describe is anything where it's like you can throw out a clone at the end. Essentially, it's a wall splat attempt. So if they pressure or they press into your pressure, you can get big combos and, like, resets all the time. So it incentivizes people not to press effectively. If you can do this at any time, they're not going to want to press. Alright. Another thing he has off this move is he can go +5 into another stance, which will cover more. Alright. So let's say if you want to see if they're stand blocking, but you still want to get a mix up, you don't want to just don't want to reset to this, you can either go into see how you crouch down here? You can immediately go into a high crushing stance that's I can't remember all the options for it, but it's a crouch dash basically. Right, it's crouch dash. You can dash over and over. So what that would look like in practice if I put on punish. Because oftentimes players who don't know the punishment would just do jab to see if it's punishable. Uh, like Mishima players, for example. If I do something like this into this, okay, you get the idea. Soul's on 2. Why did I hit? So Soul Zone 2 is the heat engager from the stance. Right. Minus stun on block. Leaves you right in their face. This would be one of those scenarios where if someone's like, oh, I don't know the punish, I'm just gonna go for a throw. Or I'm gonna do some form of bullshittery. It's just a heat engager. It's just a safe one block mid heat engager. There's nothing much to it. I think before we move on, I actually do want to try something. I want to try. Can it be sidestepped? So, the one option is tracking sidesteps to his right hand side. And sidestep to the left. Oh. So it's catching the sidestep. What about side walk left? It's catching the wall. So it's a move that stops you from stepping. Okay. It doesn't give big reward on counter hit. It doesn't give big reward on hit. It doesn't give big reward. Remember, you're +9 on hit, sure. But that just establishes that it's your frames. It's your turn. Like he got caught sidestepping. It's you. Like he cannot press. So it's a situation of if he wanted to press and you pressed, you beat him. If he didn't want to press, well, you still get to go for your move anyway. It's just your turn. You don't really gain anything special. In fact, hold on. Maybe if you go on a stance, you're +13. So it can be used as a situation of going into a stance for a mix-up if you hit it. I didn't remember the fact that they could transition. So like effectively, if they block it, they still get a little bit of a mix-up. Like they still have to take like a mix-up, or I don't want to say a mix-up because you're only +5. Well, in this instance, like you're +13, so they like have to take a mix-up. They have to have no choice. So one is like probably an option selectable mix-up, and then when they get hit, it's just a full mix on mix. Right? You just have to guess high or low. Right? You don't have ways of mitigating or causing like fighting back if you got hit. So if you're dealing with someone who's liking the sidestep at all, that can be a way of fixing it. Another thing is, I guess, because I like picking Doujin because one, I have skins for him, and two, I know all of his moves. The way I could show you how to beat this in theory would be like a sidestep duck, probably, like just a sidestep duck. But we'll have to test it out after we learn all the moves for it. What about this one? So we do That sidestep pull to the left, leaving him in back turn. Alright, so you can sidewalk to both sides. It catches you stepping to his left. It catches you stepping. So you can't step, you have to side walking. And if you get caught, Matt, he does have one? Because yeah, you get full combo if you get caught by one of the which he effectively has like almost no reason not to, because if he does the move, it is his turn. Right. So I'm looking for like a small journal. Give me a second. I have to look for it. All right. All right. All right. So there's souls on 3. This move being -1 initially on block is pretty good because you can do something like this. And of course, the follow up is punishable. And of course, you can just opt to not do it, and then they're not going to press because they're expecting it to come out, which then incentivizes them to press because you can. If you're not doing that follow up, then they just go, "Oh, my turn," and they just punch you. Right? So you can be here outside of jab range and still reach them. Uh, 3. I'm trying to think what else information I need to write down for it. Outside of jab. Which way can you sidestep? I don't think. I feel like it's gonna be one of those situations where you can't sidestep. So that was to his left. You can sidestep it to the right. Well, sidewalk it specifically. So we have to make a distinction. Okay. So you can step it towards his right, which would be your left. All right. All right. All right. It also says you can do this move hard up during heat, during soul zone, to face backwards. Wait, what does that mean? Hold on. I'm trying to think. It says part of during heat, during soul zone 3, to face backwards, do 3-3. Oh, on hit. Okay. So if you, I don't get it. let me see something. I'm actually genuinely confused on what it means. Uh, okay, I see. So the way the move works, which let me clean up all of this notation I have. The way the move works is when you land the first hit, it enters soul zone. Right. Just leave a quick note. So that means I can do this. Oh, so it goes into soul zone, but it doesn't actually like allow you to do any soul zone moves. Only back turn, crouch. Okay. And then you can side step slash side walk to the left, which is right side to clarify. All right. So what's happening is if I oh sorry stepping. All right. What's happening is if you land this on block on hit, you can use it as a way to transition into different stances. So you pressure them into wanting to press, and then once you know they want to press, or you have the feeling they want to press, you can do the full sequence, right? And if they're at the wall, and let's say we put on punishment. Is it jail? Oh. I think this would be better if I just swapped to Raven. I don't want to swap to Raven because I know all the tools that well, I don't know all the tools, but I know the tools on Devil Jin enough to make this labbing experience worth it. So it's gonna be a weird situation if I swap over. Uh, hmm. I'm just gonna have to do it. Whatever. Where's Raven at?
Get ready for the next battle.
No, jails. Oh, this is such a pain. Actually, the reason this is a pain is because this means you can't influence someone to press because the game doesn't allow them to press. They can't step during it. They can't duck, which means that like effectively, if the first part is blocked, the second part will never hit. The second part will never hit. So effectively, it's I don't. It's not useless. Obviously, it's not useless because you can still like pressure them into pressing. So if we were to set up the scenario we had before, and then just change the punishment to like Something like that. Right? What happens is I'm not plus enough to do this one. What's a slow move? 4 is always slow. 4 is always like, nope, that's fast on him. Okay, got it. 3? That's 14. Nope. What about like back 4? That's 15. But that was 4-4. Back 4 is 14 frames. Back 3 for the win? Yeah, there we go. 27 frames. Alright, he's gonna do slow ass move. Alright. Slow enough for that to hit. So the situation it works in is something like this for like combos, right? Wall splats. So an actual situation would be like this. You get the idea. You get the idea. Can I rate that from back to? No, I don't think I can. So like you can use it as a wall splatting option. It's minus 13, so you will take punishment for it, but you won't die for it, right? The game isn't over if you just throw this out there. You can throw it on to see. But keep in mind, anything I say about the clones being minus 13, if you're in heat, it doesn't apply because those become safe. Right? It's minus 3 in heat. Right? Which means in this exact scenario, he dies. Don't do any combos yet, but you get the point. Baby, I'm dark, but it also means, right? Since it jails and they can't press anything, that they can mash punishment, if that makes sense, right? So that's the reason jailing sucks on your side in some instances, where if the game doesn't let you put an input in until it allows you to put an input, you can option select certain things. So I'm trying to think, like if I don't finish the string, I'll just show you. Oh wait, I just did that one. I'm gonna do that again actually. I messed up. No, that's good. That's good. We'll just leave it at that. So if I do one of these at a time, if I do the first one, just mashing a button, see it says punish and it's a counter. What you? Oh no, that's because I have my setting on for that. I was gonna say, how is that a counter? You can see if I wait till it impacts, I can just mash. All right. In fact, hold on. Let me put on display command inputs so you can actually see. See, I'm just mashing it. Wait, is this 14 frames or 13? 14. Okay. Trying to think of a. Like, I just do grab. See how it says punish? And I'm just mashing the up forward 1+2 grab. You can just mash it over and over and over. Because since you're jailed, you won't get hit by it. Right? And that also means that if you do the other version, and you mash your option, you interrupt whatever he's going to do because he's minus in the first place. This is one of the things where it's character knowledge on such a hyper specific level that you would have to take time to ingrain in. But once you do, you'll know that like you can just disrespect it. And it's such a specific situation that like it will matter. And like I'm trying to describe or explain why it matters. How can I put it this way? If I clear this out the way and just put up health bars, display, all right, refresh health. The scenario on other characters is a lot more definitive, right? There's other characters who can take better advantage of the fact that you essentially don't have to think during this portion. It's an automatic, like if he does this, there's no mix up. It will always be in your favor, right? And it's an opportunity to gain damage. He's either minus 13 if he goes the whole way through, in which case you can visibly see and adjust your punish, or he's not minus 13 and you're just going to be matching your punish anyway, right? So if it's a scenario where you know he's not going to finish it, I guess I kind of put it this way: if you know he's not going to finish it, you can disrespect with, I'd say, like a mid or something, probably, or like a jab, right? But the issues with those that causes a problem of, kind of put it, linearity and high crush. If you start using jabs and he does something that evades jabs, you're gonna have a bad time. If you start using mids and he starts jabbing you, you're gonna have a bad time. So you have to like start sidestepping, depending on what option he follows it up with, if he does something else. But in the most basic sense of like how you can play the game, you can just go, nah, I'm good, homie, and then like just keep pressing. You know what I mean? And if it is a jab, you can still blow him up because he doesn't have enough time to do it. And does he have a hop kick? Yeah. Does he have a high crashing? What's his high crush? Does he have a high crush? I guess technically, if you really wanted to be like try hard, take zero risk. Alright. You can do dick jab. If I do punish option, and then do the other one, because we can see it worked on this one. Right, you can get a punish regardless of it. Alright. In fact, it's one of those things where you can visibly confirm, hey, oh, he's doing the extension. Alright. So like, as soon as you see the leg come out, you can mash jab. Oh, there's purple? Change. It's hard. I'm not gonna pretend like it's not. But like, to be like, oh, they should change it, or I guess no one's saying that. Probably no one watching this or no one who's seen this move says that. And I guess the idea would be like, to be like, oh, that's not really feasible to do. You can't really like just swap what you're doing, like mid punishment. And I guess technically, sure. Like somebody probably can't do it. Some people are having a tough time. You still, at the end of the day, could just go, what was it, 4, that's 12? You can just go match that. Everyone has like a 12 frame button. Dojin has a 12 frame button. Yoshi has a 12 frame button. Everyone has 12 frames of something, bro. You can mash your simple option that gives you plus frames, that gives you reward. In fact, there's certain matchups that like probably dominate this. Like this, for example. Right. That's 14 frames, right? There's people with 13 frame versions of that, like Clive has a 13 frame version. you would take a heat engager, and if you didn't, he would still interrupt whatever you're doing. And it's like, oh, but like the person could just block. If they were gonna block, then they were gonna be safe regardless. You know what I mean? So like, there's certain people who have the buttons to just go, nah, I'm good. This isn't gonna affect me. And that's sort of the idea that I'm getting. That like, no matter what the option is, you can just mash through. Like if you finish it or not on reaction. I'm trying to find a good reward button at 13. Then I'll play this character. A lot of his moves seem to be slower from standing. Right. And to finally put the ending on this, just gonna let it play there. Oh my bad. See, you get the idea. You get the idea. Of course, you can't be asleep at it. You saw like there at the end, I messed it up. If it's a complicated input, like two buttons, like luckily with this button, you can spam four. All right, but then it becomes a challenge of hit confirming into the one. But you get the idea of the move. So zone 4. This is a long range slot. If I'm close, I got hit his toes +9 and like max range. There is yeah. So if this counter hits, it's a knockdown. I still not sure what you can do here. Maybe like that? I'm not quite sure yet. Like, when we go through the moves, I keep my eye out open for something that can be used there. But as far as I get so far, that's the best we got. So obviously, it's a slide range. How do I even test if this is sizable or not? From range, I guess it doesn't matter because you can visibly see it coming at you and react. But for the sake of, because you're not always going to use it from range, it's probably going to be like around here. Yeah, it still hits there. Alright, misses when you're walking towards his right. So you sidewalk left, soul zone. Right, and then you get caught stepping. Yep. So you sidestep right to move. I mean, sidestep left. You step towards his right. Hold on, just writing it down. The thing about Raven's lows is that it's kind of like Yoshi's, where he has a lot of them, like various lows that he can use, but like they're all unsafe. I remember specifically this being more unsafe. Right, like I remember you dying for this. Like I think I got launched, but that could have been me doing this and then trying to mash afterwards, like a dickhead. But it's minus 14, so you're gonna take punishment for like a lot of people. For example, Dragonov can launch you, or at least get a heat engager. Kazuya's launching you, Delegen's launching you, another Raven is launching you, June is launching you. There's so many people who are going to get a good punishment off of this at the very least, and then there's people who are going to murder you for this. So there's certain points of like I kind of don't want to throw this out, but you also kind of like do in a sense. It's one of those characters where he has so many different tools with various like effects that you spend most of your time labbing your own character and figuring out what it does, and then you just put people through the trials of, do you know how this ends? Does this work? Do you press here? If you don't, I'm just going to do this at this end. All right, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this. And it can get into a bad habit of being a lazy Raven. You do the same flowcharts over and over and over again, and you're not really thinking because people fall for it over and over again. And like that's the same issue that you can find yourself with Yoshi, where I have a problem with aggression on Yoshi, where I don't want to just like do flowcharts, so I didn't learn them. So I just like only know the moves, if that makes sense. Like I don't know a good flowchart into a Hell Sweep or like Yoshi's Snake Edge or his sweep. So it creates a situation where if I crouch, that means I'm probably doing a sweep and then you can block it. But if I walk up, do down forward one, uh, two, there's ways of getting in. Like using back one of Yoshi would be good. Like doing jab, back one, your plus, hit him, spin kicks into sweep. Spin kicks into sweep is a very easy one. There's like down forward three, into sweep is an easy one. And this is just for sweep. There's like the PK combo in the sweep, which is actually pretty good because sweep forward advances. Like there's ways of doing it and still boxing someone. And I just, when I'm playing Yoshi, especially since I haven't played Yoshi in a minute, I always tend to forget the very easy ways of doing that. Always forget like different flowcharts you can do on neutral. Always forget like to stop doing 3-1. There's just several things that I just kind of lose grasp on, and I go back to the moves that I know objectively are good that I like. Because there's moves that are good on Yoshi that other people use that I just don't use. Right? There's just some like wacky moves that I don't use that you could probably do to fuck people up. I play a very basic, boring, fundamental Yoshi, and I think I need to become a lot more wild when I play. And I think Raven isn't in the sense we need to be more wild, but you do need to be kind of more risky in a sense. Obviously, I could be wrong. This is literally like day one of me trying to figure out how to play this character. But I feel like doing certain setups, right? Like this move is hella risky, but you can face through rage arts. Um, Trying to think what's left. 17 frames. 17 frames. You can sidewalk left. Do I avoid it? Oh yeah. An important part about this move, an oldie but goodie, it is just crouch. since it enters crouch, it gives you access to 14 frame launcher, right? 13 frame counter hit launcher, of course, while rising forward. And then, of course, that move. I wonder if that has like counter hit properties. Alright, cool. Thought I was bugging for a second. I was like, does this not force crouch on the enemy? So it forces the other person into crouch when you do the move. So you're at the mercy of like their crouch frame data. So you need to know the other character. At least doesn't have something crazy from crouch, right? Like Dragunov has a 12 frame launcher. That's pretty crazy as it is. How can I put this? What can I say here? Essentially, does that not launch? Is there an extension that I don't know about? Oh yeah, there is. Okay, okay. So it gives you access to those tools, so you can interact in that way. Let me try that again. Yeah. It gives you access to all your crouching tools, and you do have something like very very strong in Raw Rising 1, 14 frame launcher. It's minus 14 on block, right? So punishable, blah blah blah. But it's still 14 frames. It's still one frame faster than 15, which is the universal benchmarker. So there's a lot more moves that were supposed to be designed to be quote unquote genuinely not they're not safe, obviously, but like you don't die for using them. You don't need a full combo for doing it, and they're like 14 frames, which means there's a lot more moves you can now punish with a full like combo if they do, which means they don't do those moves. So there's less mental stack, there's less things you have to worry about. And then on top of that, if it's like I don't want to take the risk of being minus 14, or you're in luck because he has an even faster move that is a counter hit launcher, right? Right. And the thing about that move in particular is it's safe on block. So it's fast, it's safe on block. So it creates a scenario where it's like, I don't know what to throw out. You can just throw out the counter hit button. The one weakness of this move, besides it probably being sidesteppable to one side, is if the person is crouched, it does nothing. And if the person is standing, it does nothing. It's purely 100% a counter hit tool. Its entire job is you made the correct guess on when they're going to do said thing. So you get rewarded by getting a full combo. Like, it's an incredibly strong tool. It's incredibly strong. Having a 13 frame from crouch is incredibly strong. because a lot of the issues that come from being forced into crouch is that your frame data is essentially, I don't want to say one behind because you have dick jab, but it feels basically one behind, right? All your jab, like your all your buttons start off from essentially 11 frames, right? Because you can do this job. Yes, you can do this job, but the job is incredibly risky. It's like inherently risky. So for the most part, you start from round rising 4, 11 frames, and go up. So you have your 11 frame is your fastest move that has like outward reach that can interrupt. And then from that standpoint, everything else is a little bit slower, while the other person has like 10 frame jabs. So you're technically slower by one. So a lot of times when someone's forced crouch, the other person usually has plus frames, which is kind of like a hilarious deal. Like you're making the other person have a reduced move set. Their moves are technically slower, and you can act first. That usually creates a scenario of like, how can I say? It creates a scenario of you just don't press most of the time. You just don't interact because if you do, you end up dying for it. But for Raven, having a 13 frame counter hit button allows you to essentially, let's say the other person was like +3, it's a 17 frame move, yeah, don't press. But if they go for something slow like a 20 frame move and you press it, you essentially get a free launch, right? It also has pretty decent range. So from back here, you do like that. You know what I mean? Like it has decent reach too. So a duck from this distance, you can just throw this out. You know what I mean? I'm trying to think. Is there anything I'm missing? Uh, no. I guess I just described that move in general. This all starts on Soul Zone 4. Counter hit, knockdown, enters you into crouch. I guess I need to write down and forces the other person to crouch. Yeah, okay. We have Soul Zone 1+2. This homing tool. This move in particular is so. If there was ever like a fuck it button, I'd say this is close to being it for Raven out of Soul Zone. Because while Soul Zone 1 is +1, right? You can still, and it like I think it just on side steps too, doesn't it? And it goes in the stance. I guess this is his like fucking button because it's so fast, shuts down sidestepping, shuts down sidewalking, right? It's +1, so he gets to keep fighting afterwards. This is a close second, especially when you're at the wall, because it wall splats, it break the wall, and it's also useful for combos. I do this, this, Yeah, okay. You get the idea. Fucking consistently do it. Shit combo. Terrible combo. Yes. But the idea is there. Where you can do something into the soul zone, wherever that may be. And use the tailspin. Okay. Oh. Okay, that doesn't work. Anyway, you get the idea. I'm not going to keep doing a combo trial. The idea behind it being used as a combo tool is because look how far. Huh? Kind of saucy. You see how it basically gives you a tailspin, further wall carry, gives you damage, stuff like that. When you're using it as a move in the actual fight, not as a combo, it's still good because one, it's a wall splat, right? See how far it goes. Two, it shuts down sidestepping, and most importantly, is that it does all of that while not giving up your turn. You can do this and immediately attack afterwards. You essentially lose nothing by doing this. And the reason I was like, oh, this could be his like most YOLO button. Not even YOLO, because YOLO is like you only live once. Right? So it's just like, hey, I'll take a risk, you know? I gotta enjoy my life, you know? Who wants to play it to take it safe? There's no risk in this. This is like there's no reason not to throw it out unless you have a read. Like if it's just like, oh, I don't know. Fuck it. If they're pressing a button, right? If they're sidestepping, they're fucked. Especially at the wall. Especially at the wall. So if it's like I wanna make him sidewalk. No, you're not. And then especially if it's like let's say we turn it to punishment. And we make him do like down 4 1 4. Something risky. Oh, I messed up. Okay. Alright. I'm trying to think. How am I supposed to show this? The idea essentially is that you can use a punishment. Or I guess I'll just hit him. That counts as punishment. Right. I'll just do it that way. So if I do that, right? Tries to attack. Yeah, that doesn't work out. And then he takes 33 damage at the wall into a combo. And then if he doesn't do anything, if he literally does nothing, it's still my turn. I can keep pressing. And there's a you can input this like pretty quickly, like the entire sequence. You can just go like if you look at my inputs as I press them, I'm not pausing at all. I just input all of it at once, and then it all comes out. All right, all right. So we've covered zero block, homing, high. Something else very important. It has mad reach. I feel like this is one of his better buttons. This is one of his like far better buttons. From like almost, you can do it from range 3. I think from across the screen you can come in with. I want to see the counter hit launcher, right? Yeah, counter hit launcher. You know what I mean? Like full screen counter hit launcher. Right? You know what I mean? Like here, like there's this one. I'm trying to think what goes after I do that. Yeah, okay, right. We do that. This, this. Oh, I pressed the wrong button. Maybe if I was close to the wall, I need to like get better wall carry. That ends the combo. So imagine just like that's crazy range. From full screen, he can attack you with zero risk on. There's literally no reason not to do this. I don't think. Like if I was a little bit closer, well, that doesn't count for some reason. This does like no damage though. So like the reason I'm trying to get the wall is because Raven has a wall ender. I know he does. He has a wall ending combo, and specifically, I know with like Devil Jin, for example. Let me just pull his up because it's easier to show. Devil Jin has a wall ending combo that like spikes his damage by a lot.
Get ready
So
for the
with Devil
next
Jin, it
battle.
becomes a situation where if you get the wall, your combo damage increases by like a lot. But did it not swap sides? What? There we go. This ender here adds so much damage on. Right. Same thing with like this ender here. So if I want to do yeah, mess it up. There you go. 92 damage. He gets that damage because of the endings. Of course, if he didn't have them, he could still do things to get his damage up. For example, he could do like it's a lot for being on the side. Oh, I see. I was doing okay, I see. I was so lost. I was. There we go. Right, you can do something like this. Right, you're still getting damage. Right, but the difference is if the wall if the wall is too close, like if the wall is too close, then this can get you killed. Uh, there's this one which you can fall back on, but you're trying to get the most damage. So you're trying to do this to get all that guaranteed, right? It creates a scenario where hypothetically you're only off by a little bit. They come back, win the game, or like it just lowers the amount of hits you need to kill, and you want higher damage output. And I'm not saying like it's a crucial thing, like the character would not exist without it, but it would make the character like it would make the character so much worse if he didn't have his wall under. Because the only upside to Devil Jin is how much damage he does, right? Where if he does catch you with like a good read and he does something, even though a lot of his stuff is risky, if he catches you with like a sidestep two, uh, electric, like a house sweep, he can do like a lot of damage. I could do it. Right? If you hit it, that can do 70 damage. This can do like what I've seen. That can do 90. Like you can do insanely high damage. And if he didn't have the wall ender, a lot of his like for example, this would top out around this damage, right? Uh, let's try doing the other way. Cause I could. The thing is, I'm not a double jump expert. I just play the character. Like at around 45, and then when he's in heat, right, you get more damage. That would have been like 55, 57. So like the damage would be still okay off of a hell sweep, but it wouldn't basically justify playing the character. Like getting 50 off the hell sweep is still decent, right? I'm not trying to. I was basically saying like he's guard, but he's not. Like anyone who has uh, uh anyone who has a hell sweep. Let me angle this right. I messed that up already. Like if you space it properly, if you do the right combos in the right situation, you're getting 70 damage at the wall. And not like 70 as in like 69. I mean like 70 as in almost 80. Right, that's 62. Oh, I messed it up. Probably too far. Go back here. What? Oh. Like I'm fucking on my own distance by like actually hitting him. I messed that up, jeez. Oh, I fucked it up. I keep messing it up because I'm still not that decent at it yet. Oh, better. Why did I? There. Just fucking there. Now we just adjust the distance by going here. There's some extra breathing room for messing up. Record status because I can't do it apparently if I'm not on this side. I was too far, a bit too close. Twice I messed it up. I'm not really helping my case now, am I? There we go. Finally, I don't know what it took me so long to do. The point is, you can get 76 damage, damn near 80, just from a hell sweep. So you can't call a character who has that bad. What's bad about the character is that there's like not many other options, right? So for let's see, here. So like if you find the wall combo for your character, you do a lot better. Okay, what was that? So like the reason that his damage spikes so heavily is because of the wall unders. Like, I'll put this. If he did not have the wall unders, right? If he didn't have the ending part of like this or this, his damage wouldn't spike so much. Like I think it does like 60 damage. I'm not sure why it isn't displaying it. Yeah, there you go. With like the initial launcher and just like this. And 76 damage. If he doesn't have the ender, he's not. He can reach that damage, which can be hyper specific in situations. And the thing is, like, his damage is high. I'm not saying his damage isn't high. All right. If I could fucking. There we go. I'm not saying his damage isn't high. Right. I'm saying that without the ender, though he would lose out on damage, but it would also be like now the character actually has no compensation. Like they like to offset the fact that like his poking isn't that good, that like everything he does, his mids aren't that good, and like this is only +3. I mean on block, by the way. That's punch. Like a lot of the cool, like this is mid to high. This can be interrupted. Doesn't have any lows. All right, like this is minus on hits. This is minus on hit, -4. This is like -14, I think, if you block it, or -13, one of the two. So it's like he has a lot of downsides to his character. But then again, you hit one of these, they're fucking smoke. Like you hit a sidestep 2 into a combo. That's Half-Life. So it's like, okay. I'm playing a character with weaker fundamental tools. I'm playing a character with bad lows. Like, there's only like 3 of them, right? I'm playing a character, you know, who has a launching hell sweep. That, like, you can get like around 50, 60 damage with. But 50, 60 damage when you're risking your life every single time you do it on a move that is admittedly, what is the speed for that? 16 frames plus the inputs you have to do. Alright, but I think, you can't buffer electric, but can you buffer health sweep? Alright? The game lets you buffer that, right? So like, his only low is one that gets him killed. His Demon Paw, if I just back up, alright? Which is supposed to be like a forward advancing tool, has like pretty criminally short range. So like I have to do a full forward input from here, which isn't hard to do, but there's a lot of fast buttons in the way. So now I have to play fast button games just so I can use my forward advancing tool to get in. And honestly, if I'm here, I'm already in the first place, right? Beam paws are supposed to be for like around here, so you can come in with an attack. Like you have to space it perfectly for it. Like there's a range where it's like, why would I do it here? It's not gonna hit from here. It has to be here. But at this point, I just use like back two or this move. Safe on block. Also a running input. So like forward input. And it's less negative. Like there's no reason to use this move. And I'm like, oh, it's heat. If I wanted to use my heat, this move exists. Right? If I wanted to use my heat, this move exists. Right? If I wanted to use my heat, this move exists. There's so many better moves than this one. So if you were to be like, all right, I'm gonna take the damage off of Devil Jin. All right, no more fucking, no more wander. You don't have a wander anymore. All right, this, like, this goes. You're left with less damage and a harder and like a character with like worse tools, so they're like not so good tools. But the and I get it. I know it just sounds like it's like pity party for Devil Jin. That's not the point of this. The entire point is that even though Devil Jin suffers in like the long run of like difficulty of characters, you can still make it through if you make a good read and hit a launcher. Devil Jin objectively is not a bad character. Anyone with electrics, anyone with like a hell sweep, a wave dash, no. Those characters can't really be that bad. You can always just play off fundamentals and reads. But like Devil Jin is the worst character in the game so far. But one of these is beautiful. Like hitting one of these, although risky, even though that's the character, nearly 100 damage. You're basically opting in of like a weaker character but explosive damage. Because again, his hell sweep, if you get wall, is 70 damage because of the ender. Which means the reason his damage is so good is because of that ender. Everything else is okay, but the ender really makes it past a point. Because if you stop at 80, that's an okay combo. But then, like, if a combo does half life, that means you need to get 2 correct reads on a launcher in order to basically kill someone. Right? That's what you need to do. 2 correct reads on a launcher, and you win, which creates incredible comeback potential for the character. So, like, because of that it reaches, like, 90-ish, which is, like, half-life, with a bunch of great health, mind you, you can do this into big combo, into, like, you know what I mean? Like, you get the read, do your combo, wander, blah, 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 you're here. Then it's like, okay, is it going to be Hell Sweep, or is it going to be, not that one, this one? You know what I mean? Like, there's, you basically can snowball your way backwards. So it's like, okay, I'm getting beat up, but now, correct read, big combo, crazy damage, blah, blah. Now, if you make the correct read here, like, sidestep again, electric, or this, what's that move? Like up forward? Yeah. Like you can you can make a read and then go into another read. For example, you can do something like this. Um, I can do it. You know what I mean? Like there's things you can do to make a comeback, but it's off of how explosive it is, and it's explosive at the end of the day because you have evasive tools and this wall under. Right. And this is all to say that a wall under spikes your damage so high because if I didn't use that wall under, there's still things Double Jin could use in that specific circumstance to increase his damage. But that wall ender is the simplest and most forward. Where like in other ones you would just do like forward 3 stomp. You have to do some like bullshit where you do fly. The wall under makes it simple. And it makes the damage pretty high. On top of the fact that like if you were to use other wall unders, you would have to essentially sacrifice heat to do said wall unders. Actually, that's not true at all. That's not true at all. Don't listen to me on that one. That one's just me like saying shit. Because I actually don't think any other wall under uses heat. Hold on, let me think. That doesn't use heat. I know, not that one. This one doesn't use heat. So like, this even been a situation where like this before I got it. I messed it up. This move here, if I can do it. I'm messing up actually. Yeah, this move here is also a replacement to the wall under, right? But it can drop its spacing specific. There's certain points where if both this ender, right, and this ender, I think like this, because you do this spike into like a back four and like prayer hits. If those weren't there, his damage wouldn't be okay. 70, like 80, right? And what was this whole that? 100, you were left with 15? That's 85. So you did 85 there. And then you did 92 there. If both the high ending like combos were gone, I still feel like he wouldn't be a completely dogshit character. No, it would just be like worse, and it would also feel worse. Does that make sense? Like you would feel like, oh, because the whole appeal of this character isn't this. Sure, it's there. It isn't stuff like this. That's really like a bad card move that you stop using after a while. Like in the neutral, you like start doing hard reads with it. It's like hell sweep if I can fucking do it. Oh, bro, it's like hell sweep, electric, and then that's pretty much it. I think the fact that like if he didn't have access to Mishima tools, I think this character would be so irrelevant. Like no hold you, bro. I think generally if they wanted to bury this character and just make it like, what's the point of playing this fuck ass character? All they would have to do. Hold on. I actually am so ass. All they have to do is just make this not connect. Like if they nerf, I think no, not even that, because that's kind of wrong. Because you can still do this. You can still do. It's gotta do. you can still do that, right? Which still leads to the wall if they get there, to combo, blah, blah, blah. If they nerfed his wall carry, I genuinely think that would be irrelevant. Because you gotta remember, this is all off the wall. So, for example, if I were to do something like, is that side swap? No, it isn't. Why does that not side swap? If they were to make it that his wall carrier is worse, you wouldn't get the wall nearly as often, so you would have a harder time doing damage with the wall under combo. It would effectively make it that like if let's say instead of ending here, he was about here, like he carried you nowhere. You don't get to use the wall under, which effectively nerfs his damage, which would be like criminal, actually. So like I if anything, like I hope they don't nerf his. But I do think people are getting nerfed. I think season 3 people are getting nerfed. I'm just hoping it's not Devil-Jin. Like, holy shit. Wait, hold on. One more electric before we go back to Raven. Nope. There you go. Alright, that's enough, that's enough. Back to back is good enough for me. Experiment. So the whole point is if you just find Raven's wall combo, even though this automatically tornadoes, the damage is going to be high. It's already 48 off of this move alone. You know what I mean? Like, we're at 75 for basically doing nothing. And it's a move that you have the ability to throw from full. Keep in mind, I didn't lose track of my point. I was simply explaining why Devil-Jin with the wall ender is enjoyable to play. Even though everything else sucks, with the wall enders, the amount of damage you can do, getting a good read feels really, really good. Because the amount of damage output you get. It feels like, sure, the character kind of buns at times, but you kind of explode people. You kind of put them down. You kind of like a good read. They kind of don't exist no more. Like you get 2 good back-to-back reads, it's basically just your round because of how much damage. But then again, a lot of other people in this game have very high damage, better fundamental tools, better range. And if you're one of the people who goes, why would I play Devil-Jin if I could just play someone else? I think you're weird, specifically. But at the same time, it's like, I understand why you're saying that. I, myself, would not say that. I understand why you're saying that. I think, per se, it doesn't really matter in the end. Like, there's obviously going to be, like, god destructions everywhere, but if it's, like, you're trying to win, and you really want to win, you don't want your fly 4-2 to drop randomly out of fucking nowhere. And that's just besides the point. The idea is that the wall ender and the damage makes the character enjoyable to play. And I'm pretty sure Raven has better tools. He has better access to damage. He has pretty much, look at this, like this is a full screen counter hit launching tool. Right? That you really you have to make sure you're not over here when you do it. But like right here. A small step forward and it hits. Which means if they step forward because they didn't attack. Because it's a counter hit launcher, remember? So it's one of those like it's one of those tools where objectively, if you find a wall under to pair with this, Raven's gonna be way more explosive than Devil Jin can be, especially since he's a wacky character or like a weird character. So they're gonna give him tools based on the fact that he's harder to play or he's unusual to play and unpopular. So it's okay for him to have these stranger tools, and the people who do play him are gonna be like devoted because like they're gonna be like, oh, I can't find it anywhere else. For example, he has a back parry that does damage. He can parry you, do damage. Sure, there's fucking Asuka and other characters who can parry you and actually launch you, but like you get the point, you get the idea. Like I don't tend to play characters who are the strongest. I don't play characters who tend to be like brain dead in a sense. They can have brain dead qualities to them. I mean, this is Tekken 8. Almost everyone does, but they're not gonna be like, oh, me run, me grab, right? And like the most important part to say too is that this is Tekken. No matter who you're playing, this game is inherently less brain dead than something like, not even trying to be a dick, like Street Fighter, right? Because Street Fighter is anti-air. I don't play Street Fighter, so I can't tell you everything, but I know for a fact that it's less complicated because they don't have that three-dimensionality, right? So, like, if you're playing Tekken on any fashion, it's still more complicated than, like, if I hold down back, I invalidate the ability for me to get comboed unless they do a very specific overhead, which I stand up. I'm not saying there's not mix-ups that can cause you to stop ducking, but I'm saying down back is kind of like the safest, like... And here's the thing, in those games, there's usually not unblockables. Like, literally unblockables. There's usually not, like, full screen launchers. And if they are full screen launchers, they're immediately, like... Well, I shouldn't say immediately, because older games are bad about patching them out. They're, like, patched out. I think Tekken is one of the only games where something like a hell sweep that's supposed to be, like, an unreactable launcher or something like wall splats is completely acceptable to the community. Where like 112 on Devil Jin, well 112 on Kazuya and Heihachi now, actually wall splats, giving them a free combo, so you can just die for pressing, right? And they got mad, and the community got mad about that with Yoshi. We're like, Yoshi shouldn't have this. Okay, cool, whatever. It's very interesting, and again, in my opinion, I think this game is more complicated than like something like Street Fighter, where if someone jumps at you, you can just press super, which is just like, you know what I mean? It's just like quarter circle back, button, and then like you just anti-air them with your super. Or they're throwing fireballs, which I don't like fireball gameplay, and you can just super through their fireball. Like, I feel like those games, there's like invulnerability. There's times where you're like, you just cannot be hit by another move, right? Because you're invulnerable. This game's different where it's like you have to make a hard read on exactly what move they're doing or exactly what region. And you can be like, oh, well, a move that high crushes has like invulnerability versus highs. It's like, no, it's invading highs. And the thing is, it's an evasive move, not invulnerability. And for the most part, you can be like, oh, this move has upper body invulnerability. So if they're jumping in, they literally can't beat you, right? If you're mistiming your high, you can still get hit, right? Like, you have to play it in a certain... I'm getting sidetracked. The point is, I think this game, no matter who you play, is complicated. And we get into, like, a sort of perspective of elitism, where it's like, oh, you play Alyssa. And don't get me wrong, I think Alyssa is a fucking brain-dead monkey. And if she was removed tomorrow, no one would be hurt except Cuddlecore. I think, like... effectively, you want to be able to play against a character in your game and not think they're brain dead. And the characters who inherently are not brain dead get played less, regardless of the state of the game. Right? They get played less, and those characters who are more complicated to play get played less. characters who may not be the strongest get played less, right? Because you obviously have those people who like are generic. They don't care what they're playing, long as it's strong, right? They don't care as long as what they're doing gives them a better chance at winning inherently by picking it. And I think that's like cowardice. But at the same time, it's just a video game, so it doesn't fucking matter. You know what I mean? And Raven's one of those characters where you can have access to just something like this because of his weirdness. But at the same time, you gotta remember, Alyssa has a full screen hell sweep. So I don't know. I don't know if this is a legacy tool or if this is something new or if this was allowed because of the way Tekken 8 is and it's going to be removed. I don't know. I just know that this character is one, unorthodox, two, uncommon, and three, already has good buttons that you can use to effectively, like every character can be taken to the highest level, and then there's some characters that don't get played, so your opportunity to hit people with bullshit is higher because no one knows what you're doing. Like, think about it this way: how many times did you see a Zafina and you went, "Oh, okay, I'm probably just gonna lose this." You can look at an Armor King and go, "I got a shot. All right, just break throws. Um, know which like react to the strings you're doing, Doug. Like there's a game plan there. It's like, oh, if you're fighting a Kaz and he does down forward 1, 2 at any time, launch punish like that. Just on reaction, launch punish, block down. What is it? Down 1+2s. Block those. Get your punishes there. Punish down forward 2. Yeah, down forward 2s. Like there's a game plan involved. Uh, you know what I mean? Like there's things that like you have from experience where it's like, okay, I'm gonna wait for this thing, and if he does this thing, he loses. If he does this thing, it's guaranteed damage into makes into this, or you have matchup knowledge as far as like the what they normally do, right? With Ravens, Zafinas, Leos, hell, even like Leroy, you don't see them as much. They're unpopular because they're unorthodox. The only difference is that I mean everyone's Unga Bunga right now, but I feel like Leroy's and Leos are always Unga Bunga because no one sees them. Zafinas are always Unga Bunga because no one knows what they're doing. And like it's technically our fault for not labbing the character, but it's also like we never see them, so even if we did lab them, we're just gonna forget anything. So I'm just gonna move on. I've been talking about this long enough. Let me write down the information because I did not write any of it down for some reason. Is this a normal hit launcher? Actually, I checked to see if this is a counter hit launcher. I never checked to see if this was a normal hit launcher. Can I hit him? Yeah. No, it's normally a knockdown. And then it's what, like, it's fast too, it's 15 frames. Which is kind of insane. It's a normal hit knockdown. I'll actually show that down to normal hit KD. Because there's no reason to write down the full thing. Mm, I'm gonna retract the thing I said about Street Fighter because I don't play the game enough to like for sure say what is or isn't. I barely play the game. I don't even play it at all really, so I can't say I know anything about that community or like how that game plays. Mm, it's counter hit launcher, homing. Let me use the bathroom real quick. I'll be back. All right, I'm back. So we have Soul Zone forward, just transitions into the stance. It's there's been listening frames, so you can just from full screen go. Yep, I'm in. You can do it into nothing. Okay, cool. You should write that down. We can do forward to shadow, and then up, up into standing, and then down into crouch. And the true test of what can this be used for is defensive situations. So we're gonna make him do it at the two. So if I do hits, so you can't do anything there. Can you do it like after a jab? You just get jabbed out. You probably use it for like a mix-up situation. It's one of the strings where you can just get jabbed out of. I'm just gonna write down cannot dodge phase minus. So let's try the same thing. Actually, we're gonna try the same thing if we're plus. All right. Yeah. Very cool. You can do cells on back for labyrinth for a mix-up. Um, let's see. Now the next stance you gotta cover is shadow. So it is a crouch input. It's a dash input, so you pull the circle forward. Wait, can you do it from crouch? It says crouch step. What is a crouch step? I don't get what a crouch step is. Oh, so we have shadow step one, counter hit launcher, +1 hits. All right. Hello. Okay. So you can go from slow zone into shadow spin, right? So if you do slow zone, shadow spin down, right? It's, it's hard for me to do on the fly, but I feel like someone with experience could do this. So it'd be like something like, hold on, I'm so close. Try to do it precisely, but because they're not letting me link. That's weird. It gives me like a different output from one whenever I do it. Am I bugging? So like you can loop it. I'm just bad at the inputs. So like technically someone way better than me could loop the inputs as like just to do it. Plus one, well plus five instead of stance. You know what I mean? So you can just loop plus five into. Do you have a positive transition when you do that? Like it's definitely fake. It's definitely fake offense. Don't get me wrong, but you're -9 when you do it. But if you go, it's zero. But like you're still basically -9 because of transition. So it's fake as hell. No one would ever do it because it's not real. And anyone with like anyone, literally anyone would go, I'm just gonna jab here because that doesn't look like He's not even attacking me there. He's just teleporting. Not even teleporting, because he just reappears right in front of you. So, like, pretty much anyone who's played the game longer than 3 days would just think, let me just press here. How someone who been playing the game for 3 days would think, hey, let me press here. You would have to earn that mix up. You would have to earn that mix up, like, heavily. Like, you would have to do some, like, very hard counters on someone who doesn't know the matchup to scare them into not pressing. But you could literally just do anything else. That's, what? 16 frames? And then on hits, it's +4. Has a follow up and 1-4. Oh yeah, that's full screen. So like around here, it's a little bit closer than that. All right, so 2 is what? +5 on hit, 22 frames. What is it on block? Only 12? I mean, that's not bad. The only person in the game who can launch that is Dragonov. It's 22 frames. And then it says you can hold back after 2 to go on the back turn. Oh, you can cancel into back turn, yeah. Alright. Alright. So far, nothing too crazy. We have Shadow Sprint 2-1, 2 slide 1, which is designed to mimic this 2, and it's like its approach to be a mix up. So this is 22 frames. This is 20 frames. But I feel like it's so identifiable. Like I feel like the mix up it may technically be real, but one literally causes him to pause. So this be a moment where I have to swap back because I feel like it's reactable off the animation being very 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 obvious that he's like pausing.
Get ready for the next battle.
But then again, I a lot of things you would think be reactable, but it feels like it's not. So if I could do it consistently. No, it's not. It's not recorded. I need to be crisp. Yeah, I need to be crisp. It's this one. There you go. These two moves. Oh yeah. Nah. Yeah. Okay. 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 So like, it's it's either fuzzy. It feels fuzzy. Because I don't think I'm reacting. I'm not reacting. I'm not consciously looking for whether or not he's pausing. I'm simply going by the timing of the low, and then since the low never comes, I'm standing back up. Like the low is going to hit me at a certain frequency, pacing on immediate timing, and I'm ducking for it. And it goes, oh, not happening. I go, oh, okay, and then I stand back up. And I guess the hard part will be dealing with, oh, is it which option is it? See him back turn? No, because if you see him back turn, it's like okay, he's doing a low. He doesn't do it. You just stand back up. So like, I definitely feel like it's reactable. Not reactable, fuzzyable. That's the thing. That's what I should say. Two. Two slide one, which is mid. It's like what? 20 frames. It says 20 frames, but I feel like it's way longer, bro. The question I have now is it a counter hit launcher? I guess that's the only thing that I really care about at this point now for this move. No, it is not a counter hit launcher. We have Shadow Sprint 3, -7 mid, 16 frames. It's hard up during heat. I wonder what that means. Not safer, for sure. So would it look like normally if I were to do this? Alright. It's like if I back up here, see how much range it has? So from about here, there, you're gonna miss. About here it should hit. Yeah. So there's 32 damage on normal when you're in heat. So also does 32 damage. It says powered up during heat. Doesn't that normally floor break anyway? So if I do, let me just swap maps. 'Cause I'm pretty sure that floor breaks on normal. Hey, what's the spot with the floor break? Floor breaks are not too common now that I think about it. We're gonna go here.
Get ready for the next battle.
So if I do, yeah, it launches them. So it does launch, but what does it do in heat? Same damage. I don't get it. There's something missing. There's something definitely missing. I'm missing some aspect because what's being powered up during heat? Let's say he blocks it. We already checked earlier; it was safe on block. It did the same damage. $32. $32. Maybe it gives like health back. So I have my health set down well on purpose. So 50%. We'll do like 75. Alright. Gain 6 health. I gained more health, yeah. But don't you gain more health anyway when you're in heat? Like if I... That's 7. 3. Yeah, so it's not the move, it's just you're in heat. I'm trying to think of what would be powered up. I have no clue what could possibly be powered up on this move. I have no fucking idea. Uh, I have no clue. But write it down though. Alright, so this move in particular is actually really, really good. So there's a certain concept in Tekken, I guess fighting games in general, called keep out. And with keep out, is essentially you're trying to throw moves to stop them from getting in and being at their effective range. You don't want Paul to be close enough that Demo Man starts launching, right? You don't want Kazuya to be close enough where House Sweep is able to reach you. Or I guess because the Kaz matchup with everybody, you just like bully him. But if you were like worried about being in a close range like fight, you can back up outside of his range where he has to use like 442 or 44. Like he has to start using these different tools to try to like pressure you. And if you're outside the range of House Sweep to hit you, then he's gonna have to crouch dash in, which means you can have opportunities to hit him. It basically just gives you more and more chance to fight back, right? It gives you more and more chance to create opportunities to win the fight, if that makes sense. And I have not unlocked that stage of gameplay where I'm doing keep out as a game plan. Maybe I'll do it like by accident, but I don't think I normally do keep out anything. Honestly, I don't think that's the type of player I am. I'm the type of person to try to do like step back electric, but keep out isn't really my thing. But like, if you look at the way this move works, see how like I'm outside of jab range. So if I punish and then Spain Raven to do something like jab, what you can do is right. He misses his jab because it's completely safe and it retreats, so his jab doesn't connect, making him safe. So technically, he whiffed, and if he whiffed, you can punish him. Right. And that grab counted as a punish, so it's unbreakable. Right? And let's say it was a grab with like a floor break. If I do this into this, oh no. Is there not a grab from... There's a grab from this thing. Hold on, give me a second. I gotta find it. It's gonna drive me crazy. It's gonna drive me crazy. It's 1+4. Oh yeah, you have to be crouch. Okay, okay. But you can't do it from back turn. Is there no back turn throws? Hello? I'm trying to find one for back turn. Is there no back turn throws? I know it's like a strange thing to like not to like be hung up about, but The point is that like Raven is like the back turn character. Back turn is, I don't want to say like I feel like each character has their stance that's like the main stance that everyone goes to. The main stance that like most people are gonna use. The main stance that's like this is very easily applicable in situations, right? Especially since he has several moves that are like good for punishing that goes into back turn stance. But I don't know. I feel like not having a throw from back turn is kind of crazy, no? Like look how many moves he has in back turn. I don't know. Guess I'm wrong. So I was thinking that there was a throw from back turn, so you could just throw him here as a punish. But oh well. Basically, you can create whiffs. I just can't think of anything you can do from back turn to like punish it, like something evasive. Uh, we'll look at it in a second, but it is an easy way to access back turn with minimal risk because you can do it from back here, right? The problem is I want to say it's minimal risk, but I don't think that's true. Like for example, if I make his punishment a mid, right? Even though he's -2, he's still in back turn. So if I'm in back turn, I'll just press this. Yeah. Like I am currently trying to turn around. And my input is I'm not mashing the wrong input. I'm doing the right one. Yeah, so like see move here, -3, I can still turn around in time. But with this move, you can't turn around in time. And you can't sidestep either. So you can't turn around the block. You can't sidestep. You kind of just get hit. So using this in like the neutral to get into back turn is a bad idea. It is completely a bad idea. You just get essentially murdered for it. Because I'm wondering if we do a slower move, like in like 16 frames, like forward 4, are you able to turn around in time? No, you're not. So essentially, you're getting comboed, which means you'd have to do something like this. You'd have to parry. You would have to. It'd be your only chance. All right, which is a strong tool, don't get me wrong, because he took damage, but then it side swapped you. So now I have to learn how to play Raven on both sides, And you see why this character becomes complicated, where technically the move was safe, right? Technically, but I still get punished for using it because I'm -8. I can't block in time, right? And that was a 16 frame move. So everyone in the cast is more than able to just launch you if you don't parry. But again, no one plays this character. So what's a back turn parry? There you go. You still lose the. Remember, it's 16 frames. It's a slower end move. Well, I shouldn't say slower. It's still like anything on a 19 is still incredibly fucking fast. But like, it's past 15, so everyone who has a launcher is going to be able to launch you in this position. It just so happens that Raven doesn't, like, he has a launcher, but it automatically tornadoes, so his combo is gonna like be a bit more constrained than if it like just was regular, right? So because of that situation, using this in the neutral is basically like a death sentence against anyone who knows the matchup, but no one knows the matchup. No one knows the matchup, so like you're effectively straight. So instead of doing that, you would want to use it like. Actually, let's do it in. Wrong button because I'm on the wrong side. I'm not sure how feasible this is. This one is, right? But I think, right? Yeah. Well, does it? Why did I say counter? Do I have counter hits on? It should say punish. I got input at the right time. Something like that. I'm worried that it's not giving me a punish like notation, as in like I'm with punishing him. So if he just blocked, it wouldn't work. But you can still use it in a sense of like not a with punish, because I'm not too certain about that right now. Until I have certainty, I won't say something about it. But you can use it as like a keep out tool where you do it at this range. If they walk forward into it, you know what I mean? Like, they get launched. If they don't walk forward and get it, and like hit by it, and like let's say they block it, so let's say I still think you can space it out where you don't get hit. Maybe not. Maybe not. I don't know. I think below taking God Supreme, no one's punishing you for that, bro. Because to be fair, you also have to like factor in like who has punishment for that range. Because when you do it, you're yeah. Never mind. I think plenty of people could do that. I think Yoshimitsu, Jen, I think there's a lot of people who could reach you. So you'd be relying on parry, and that does like 25 damage. All right. Uh, where was I? All right, last one. Hellhound. Hold on. Turn it off because that's gonna be annoying. So obviously it's a double mid. 33 damage. What is it at the wall? I don't know, but there has to be like some way to practice neutral block, opponent throw, opponent health, player chance, restart, shift positions, opponent status, opponent direction, player direction. Oh, wall bound? What is that? Ah, I see. Floor blast, back to stage, that's it. Okay. So, what I'm trying to show, but I would prefer if he brought me to the edge of this area. Right, is that's 33 damage. So if I whatever. If I were to do something like shit, let's just do the combo I saw before. So I do this. Alright. Oh, you can continue your combo. That's gonna be annoying because I don't have E anymore. Alright, there we go. Oh, I'm so bad at this. The point is you can use it as I want to say you can use it as an ender. Or, like, because I don't think anyone's gonna... And that's like the issue, I guess, where with Raven, it felt like I was facing like lower end people who would never press because they were scared, right? So like it's +2. Does it leave you crouch? It does. They're +2 to crouch. So from this situation, you have essentially an 11 frame don't press button that launches for a full combo. You know what I mean? So I mean, like from like them blocking this move. So if they pass the test, right? If they pass the test of not pressing at that, they still have to pass the test of not pressing again until you give up your turn. But then you could always, this, right? Resets the situation. Here's your own block. You know, that's -2 step. Right, so boop, step, jab, hit a low, press. Right, like if you have better reads than I do, you can bully someone after that. Because plus into this is cool. Plus into what's the word? Plus into this sweep is nice. Then you're in soul zone for a mix. Then you can do this into back turn if it hits. Right. And then from back turn, there's obviously stuff you can do we haven't covered yet. There's a sweep to reset the situation. Dude, fucking allow me to.
right? Use your combo. If that's blocked, you die, by the way. So, of course, there's like this, this, this. This pushes back outside of jab range, right? Like there's stuff you can do, like full crouch 3, which turns you around. Like it is just +2, but it's like +2 from across the screen in your face immediately. You have to take the mix of which one is he gonna do. He can do grab. He can do, what was it? This grab, floor breaks. Like after after blocking this, it truly is mix, right? Because that's 38 damage, right? So now you have to learn, the break for that. You have to. Normally, no, it doesn't do anything like normally. 38 damage is still a lot, though. Alright, you're on block. Doesn't side swap. Actually, I know I said you need to learn the break so you don't get grabbed by it, but like it's not even that really bad to be hit by. It's still annoying. Cause like imagine if Raven's been playing like a keep out game the entire time. Alright. Doing annoying shit. Doing strings and then backing up. So you have to work your way in. And then hit you with this. Like I think like on a map like this, or like the Fallen Destiny, or like the Outer Space map, the Stratosphere one, something like this is incredibly annoying. Incredibly. Yeah, whatever the combo is for that. And that's gonna be a fat one. Alright, I'm trying to think. I think the move is objectively good. Um, yeah, there's not much I can really say about it. Wait, what? What did I just say? I might be bugging, right? That's -14? What the fuck? I thought that was safe. No. Hold on. Why is that -14? Am I bugging? wait. Has this always been -14 this whole time? Because I could have swore this was safe, but I was looking at it. I'm genuinely I'm trying to think. Because if this is -14, no wonder I'm getting fucking punished by it. Yeah, I'm doing the right thing. It's actually crazy. Oh, it's a tornado too. So if I do, All right, cool. I have no words. All right, the last stance that we have no choice but to cover. Like the last thing we have no choice but to cover is back facing. Oh no, because there's wild crouch. We have to look at that. Even though it's not complicated, even though it's basically what we've seen so far, still want to cover it because this character goes in the crouch a lot, and he does a lot from the crouch. Like this move. How, so like full crouch, like crouch walk three and down three are two separate moves. And oh wait, no, down three, right? That's this low. Full crouch three is this low, and crouch walk three is this low. I three, down three, crouch walk three, crouch three. Why would anyone ever? Why is it -6? All right, whatever. There's no other business. Okay, we're finally on the back turn stance. This one's gonna be kind of hard because since there's so many moves, obviously. Oh wait. We're missing something. We're missing something. We're missing the sidestep. I didn't check what moves could be sidestepped. I wanted to wait to the end. Um, I guess I'd rather do it through defense. It's gonna be a lot easier than having me input it, and I don't feel like doing that either. So if we do Shadow Sprint 1, 2. Oh, he's doing the motion input so quickly. He's doing the motion input so quickly, it's actually gonna be impossible to see. So I have to manually input it. Alright, cool. There you go. I had to make sure it was as fast as possible. Alright, I'll get the picture for that one. So for Shadow 1, you have to sidestep right. Okay. And then Shadow 2, which is this low. There we go. Okay, for this one, I'm not quite sure if you can sidestep it. I'm having a hard time setting up the situation to test it because I'm not sure if I did it fast enough and at what point I should react. So like there, I'm sidestepping the soul zone basically. So I'm gonna have the bot do it instead. You want to sidewalk to his left, so you want to sidewalk right to the opposite. Yeah, and then I'm gonna do like I guess I'll do like jab into the soul zone. If it tracks, right? Like jab into this thing. Because if it was any other thing, it was still tracking. Yeah, so like jab should work. Doesn't work there, but if I swap the side to the left, yeah, it still tracks. To sidewalk right, foot low. Ravens left. Shit. Gotta think of something else. This move. So the thing about it, like, it's a motion input. So if you can do this quickly enough, it should come out instantly. That's left. So right to the. If I delay it right, it works. Right? It's finicky. I'll put like a question mark behind it. What about this one? That's left. Are we on step? Yeah, we're on step. Okay, that makes sense. I was like, why is it so short? I'm having a hard time inputting this sometimes. Oh, so tracks to his right. Let's do it again to make sure. Yeah. Tracks. Wait. Oh, that doesn't say it. Maybe it tracks to his left hand side. Tracks left. His left. Then we have three, which is keep on move. Oh no, that's the throw. Oh well, I have no fucking clue. Listen, I know it seems like a cop out to be like, oh, you're just not fucking. But I don't know which side. I don't know which side it tracks. I'm not sure if it's like input area, right? And the best way to see is eventually if someone steps me, I'm just gonna go, oh, okay. I'm not sure why the inputs are coming out like this. So I cannot tell if this stance is incredibly tracking or if I'm like inputting it weird. You know what I mean? Like, if you look at my inputs, they're not weird, bro. And they're just coming out fucking funny. Like the game is mistaking my inputs or something. How do you even get that from there? Hold on. Hey, bro. Listen, at this point, I think I'm gonna give up on it. Because Alright, but we're just gonna say it tracks and move on. I'm moving on the back turn. It just seems weird. It just seems like a weird stance because it's from a dash. It's a quarter. If it was electric, it's funny to say if this was an electric input, I'd have an easier time. But like I would, I generally would have an easier time. All right, back facing opponent time. So we're going to have to turn off sidestepping. 1-4 high. Mine's gonna block. It's a mid. Outside of. Nope, we're still on jab range. I got it. We're still in jab range, at least for Raven. Alright. But you can still reach. So something like. Say. You just back up. Maybe like. No, because I don't think. You can't really backdash in this game. I don't think you have time to anyway. So I think it's going to be one of those situations where this is a safe option, just used to test the waters. And then we were at the wall. At least save this position. Right. We were at the wall. Wall splats. Right. Yeah. There's not much to say about this move. There's pretty much nothing to say about it. Got 2-1. So with this move, actually, I find more interesting than the last one, is because a common issue I had is like I'd be in back turn and I wouldn't know what to do, right? And this is part of the reason where like Raven feels kind of complicated at first. If you don't like take the time to get really used to it and find the pattern, because if you're in back turn, right, and you do 2-2, give up your turn. So imagine if you wanted to do a mix up. Listen, this isn't really complicated, but if you haven't really played this game a bunch, or if you don't really understand basic mix ups, it's gonna be a bit complicated. So like eventually at some point you have to realize you're facing other people, like other human beings. And I know it seems like, yeah, no shit, it's an online fighting game. But I mean, like, you have to realize that they have agency in the match. So let's say it's a situation where you do 4-1 into stance. You're like, okay, I want big reward. I'm gonna go for a mix up. Oh, I guess mid, I was wrong. Or I went for the low, I was wrong. I got blown up for it. And there's only so many times you can do both of those things before the person catches on. And if you don't have heat, then, you know, back turn forward kind of loses this thing if it's not at the wall. It just knocks them down, right? And then there's like power crush, which isn't safe on block. Like, this is the only thing that's safe on block, and it gives up your turn and like kind of allows you to do this. But like, if they simply just react, die. So it's in a situation where you're putting your life in danger for no reason. Is it coming again? Yeah, Mr. Fall. Okay, so what I was trying to say was you're putting your life in danger, all for the chance of getting like a lackluster mix. Like I was doing this or this, which is terrible. I was a bad Raven. Yeah, I was a bad player. Got it. Blah blah blah. So it put me in a position where like I need something safe to just go. All right, I'm cool. And there was times where it's like, okay, I can't do this. Can't do this. Can't do this because it's like slow. They disrespected. Right? I can't do any of those options. It's getting me killed. I have to stop. I want to leave back turn. This is like the thing that I was left with where I would do either 2-1 or 2-2. Right? These were both the choices. And they let you leave the stance, but they both. Well, this one keeps your turn, but I didn't use this one. I used 2-2. This gives up your turn. And it created a situation where it's like, okay, I punish someone for doing an unsafe move with 4-1, bringing me into stance at like, what, +6, I think it is? Yeah, you're plus. It doesn't matter. Your exact number. So I know that I could get a mix, but like the only mix there was for me was this or this. And I couldn't remember any of the other moves. And it created a situation where I literally would have to go, alright, even though I got this punish, I don't know any of the moves, can't do anything. I can't remember any of the moves, can't do anything else. Let me at least turn around. And now I don't have the turn anymore. So I'd get a small punish into not my turn. I would essentially lose my turn on punish, which was incredibly bad. Incredibly bad. At least with like 2-1, you're -1. So you can still fight. You can still do things. You can still like you can very easily still like actually launch somebody. Like if you do this and they decide, oh, I'm gonna jab them, do this. Or if they do this, you can duck, launch. Being -1 isn't that big of a deal. Unless they're jabbing. Unless they have like a jab string that murders you on first hit, you're fine. Right? Or I guess I'm saying unless like there isn't like the Bears, Law, Dragonov, like there's plenty of like G clefs, but unless you get hit with that, you're fine. At least for the most part. I'm just thinking about like the fact that there are so many. Because Dragonov has his string that if you counter hit goes into heat, which means it's a launcher. Law's hit has his that if it goes into heat is a launcher. Lars has his that if he hits his counter hit it's a launcher. The Bears are just a launcher in general. Right. So like in theory there is characters who could punish you for doing it. And it is incredibly annoying to have that happen to you. But for the most part that's not gonna be your reality. Because you're only -1. It's not like eating a job is going to end your life unless it's some of the like aforementioned characters. Anyway, the reason I'm saying I like this is because with this move, you can be in back turn, and if you need to leave, you're out. Or you can stay in back turn, and you still have the same frame data. Which means you can do the full string and stay in back turn, press 2, stay in back turn. Alright? You're 0 on block. So you don't give up your turn, or you do this full string, hold back, -1. You still have an A-frame jab. So like if it's a situation where it's like, okay, we're gonna try to take the turn, you win. You don't really gain anything, don't get me wrong. But you still win. You can go into Shadow Sprint from here at +3, which would evade their jabs if they try to press. Right? +2 into a grab. Like some of the other options we were seeing. Right? So you have the ability to actually mix from that, and the fact that it's high is a weakness. Like if someone does an evasive move, sure, but for the most part, like if you need a stable, hey, they're I need something to do right after I go back turn. You can do this, and you'll be fine. That was the whole point of the story. Is that like if you're in a situation where it's like, okay, I can't seem to think of something to do after back turn, you don't have to do anything risky. You can just take your punish, press your buttons to see if they're pressing, press your safe high ones, and then adapt to what they do afterwards. You know what I mean? And then isn't back turn 2 also? Last 10 frames. Okay. Alright. Next move. We got back facing 2-1. This move is, how can I put it? It is 39 damage there, right? And then at the wall, still 39 damage. I think it was because it kind of hit, wasn't it, that it did so much damage? Player. Yeah, if it kind of hits, it does 50 damage. Let's go at the wall. Oh, wait, hold on. Yeah, there you go. Maybe get like a combo. Don't ask me what the combo is, I have no fucking clue. Right. This is probably gonna be like 80 damage. Nothing too crazy. Yeah. 86 standard 90. Which means you can get a far better combo if you actually knew what you were doing. And this speaks to like how like bad of a player I was. If I wasn't processing that, like if I kept doing this and losing my turn and they kept taking it, then I like what I'm describing is mental frames, basically, like them respecting. If they kept disrespecting 2-2. Oh, give me a second. Oh man, it's cold outside. What I was saying before is you can make people respect you in theory. Not even in theory, you can make them respect you, right? Because if you do something like you two, then make them wait. Say every time you do two, right? Right? Now you're back in the stance, 2-2. Right? Pretend these are separate instances throughout the match. If every time you do 2-2, and then you get like a big combo, and you end up at the wall, and then suddenly you do 2-2. Oh, suddenly you do 2-2-1. All that, like, not ripping 2-2-1 throughout the entire match, you didn't take damage from them randomly blocking it, right? You didn't take damage from uh like you did take the extra damage that would happen when eventually they just like started blocking the move, because not everyone's going to press against this, right? If you just do 2-2 to condition all game, you don't actually rip the full extension. They'll see it as, oh, he's just giving up his turn, right? So when it's time for you to be at the wall, you can go poke, 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 back turn, 2-2-1. And let's see how delayable is it. Not very. And here's the thing. I actually need to see, because I didn't see if he's blocking the last two. So he is. Hold on. Why is it? Okay. Hold on. I gotta re-record. I don't know why the fuck he was in counter hit state. So it doesn't jail either. So when someone sees you do 2-2, and they press into it thinking it's like their turn, they get wall splatted. You get how many like points of combo damage, right? And now it's in their head, oh, there's an extension off of that. But they only realize there's an extension, or they only go, oh, he used the extension now because he's at the wall. The higher you go, the more people will have expectations of you not doing the full extension, unless you're wanting to cash out. But if someone doesn't have that knowledge, or they just don't have like the specific memory of what moves have what extensions, you essentially couldn't bait them into pressing after that move always by just doing 2-2 back, right? And if their option is a high, you can duck it, right? Can't sidestep because it's -8 or -9 actually. Do I still have counter hits on? I do. Because that shouldn't have launched. It should have went like this. There. You have to use the other move. But you get the general idea. It's really a smart idea on Raven to not do the extensions until you bait them into pressing after the extension a lot. And then the higher you go, the more people are going to be aware they're going to press into you after your moves to bait you into using your extension later, so they can punish you for using it. And that's how they're going to basically manipulate you into giving the win up. Because every time you do this, it's -13. Every single clone. Every clone is going to be -13 unless you're in heat. So then you can be like, right, because you pretty much lose nothing from it except heat. You basically are -3. And what's weird is that the one part of Raven that I thought was cool when it came to heat, the one part of Raven I was like, yeah, this actually like really makes sense with the heat mechanic. Hold on. Like the one part of the character, I was like, yeah, this is really cool. This makes sense. I find this enjoyable. Like this is one of the like interesting parts of the character with like the heat mechanics. Look how much heat that takes now. Like it takes so much heat. If I can remember the fucking inputs. So like that takes, you can only do in theory 3 of them back to back. And that's in theory because you're still -3. So they took apart like the interesting, or at least it was interesting to me because I was like, oh, Raven has these clones, but he can't use those clones. He can't use those clones. If he uses those clones, he gets punished. Because there's no there's no reason for you to like duck after this. There's no setup. You have to play purely on timing and spacing with Raven, right? Which means you can even bait it out here as like a projectile, like a zoner, and space it out because it's on hits. You have to hit it on block or on the person's body for the clone to come out. And since it's so negative, you get punished. So if the clone was like safe on some of them, where you could sidestep afterwards, it'd be cool. But no, they're all punishable, which I get the reason why. You don't want to have someone with high punishment having so much freedom, except there's several characters with high punishment who have so much freedom. Or like even that reasoning of a character with high punishment not having so much freedom doesn't make sense to me, in the sense of like it's -13 per clone. Every time I do a clone, you get to hit me. So it's based off of what? Conditioning. I have to condition my opponent a lot. Cool. Wouldn't you want me to pay off of that conditioning with my heat? I get to do this twice. So all they have to do is just not press against like anything with a clone extension while I'm in heat, and then they're fine. And like, look how fast the bar is burning down. And let's say I go for 1. Let's say I go for, well, it's gone. Before you could do like 4 of them. And the thing is like, I get that if you hit a clone, you get clone gauge back. But you don't get a lot. So while other characters are boss characters when they're in heat, someone who literally had a mechanic based around conditioning and setting things up throughout the entire match doesn't get the ability to do it. Right? And it's like it's hitting, so you gain some heat back. Do you think I'm going to hit a second one? These are all mid. There's no like low in the clone. So I have to convince them throughout the match to like fucking stop stand ducking, or like to duck, or you know what I mean? Just so I could hit a clone. Which, by the way, I don't even think these are launchers, so it's like, hold on. That's not a launcher. So I have to convince him to press. Like, I have to convince him to press. I have to put in work. And then my gift for putting in that work is a terrible range heat smash. Like, keep in mind, this move reaches full screen My projectile heat smash does not. I don't know what to tell you, bro. This is like keep in mind. I played Raven for a little bit at a very very low level, but I played Raven, and I know for a fact his heat was not this bad. His heat management was not this bad for other characters, and Raven had a lackluster heat. Was to burn as much of his clone moves as possible to give like a little bit of chip, like to get some chip damage on you, so you have a little bit of less health through blocking, so he doesn't have to mix you up, right? And keep in mind, it was a little bit. It was like at most 30. He was burning his entire heat gauge to safely poke your block to chip you for 30 damage. Not even 30. He was effectively burning his entire like mix, and it's like okay, it's incredibly strong because now you have a character who does high damage with his clones. They're now safe, and he can still play after them to keep attacking and do things, and also mix up with the low. His clones are always extensions of moves, meaning if you see this, there's only a clone. If you see this, there's only a clone afterwards. You know what I mean? Like, it would be different if it was like the first move. It'd be different if it was like a fast move into punishment. But no. In fact, the only thing I can think was like fast move into punishment is like this. And that's 14. You know what I mean? But I wonder if, let me see. No way that doesn't reach. Yeah, there you go. I want to see if how that worked. But like, you get the general idea though of before, even if you were like, okay, they didn't want to have chip damage exploits in the game. That's not even an exploit. It's literally how the fucking game mechanics worked. If they were like, oh, we wanted to make it that like chip isn't a viable strategy as far as like Raven, like him having spent his entire heat bar to chip you down for like 30, instead of going for a mix, he would just get guaranteed 30 chip off you in exchange for his entire heat bar and all the Oki that can come off of it. Right? Then it's a situation where Raven spends his like heat to chip you, but now you know he's going for the extensions. You know he's going for the extensions, and he's -3, so just jab him, or down for one him because he has no move that's fast enough to stop you. He's -3. He's not giving up his turn entirely. He can still backswing blow. He can still parry. He can still do bullshit. Yes. But there's going to be a point where you have to go, oh, he's of course going to keep doing the extension. Big job. Like you can just beat it. And you'd be like, oh, there's other things he can do. Yes, that's how the fucking fighting game works, but those other things give up his turn too. I still don't believe. And the thing, when I say 30, that's not like a hard number. I just remember seeing the video by what was it, like Immortal, like Solo Mortal, where he was just like, you can use this on their block to get a decent amount of damage for literally not having to put yourself at risk. And then that amount of damage could be used for like a final mix-up situation where you lower their health and then poke them out. And I was like, okay, cool, you have to spend your entire heat bar for it. Otherwise, his heat bar is useless. Think about it. His heat bar is better used for like, oh, I was wrong or I'm right on block than it is his actual fucking moves. Like, because of course you could still use them to make them safe, right? But anyone who knows that the character's move becomes safe, they're just not gonna press after. It's like, they're not gonna walk into the fucking trap, which then means they respect you, but then, like, now you're just poking. Like, that's what I mean. Like, it's buying you respect when you could have bought respect if they simply just allowed you. Like, you could have bought respect with the move normally. You know what I mean? Like, if you, because there are two separate instances. There's heat and then there's not heat. If you're in heat, I have to respect this. I have to. Obviously, I have to. There's no reason for you not to throw it. Right? I have to respect it. And if I'm respecting it, that means you can do this and then try to do another move. And then there's the game. There's the mental mix up. Except you could have been doing that anyway. You could have been doing that before you had heat. Like, you could have been actually, because no one's gonna like willingly press into it at first. And then later you just throw it in. Oh, got you. And you're in heat, you're just gonna throw it. You're just gonna throw it. Why? What reason do you have not to throw it? And now they're making it that instead of getting like 4 or 5, I don't even think it was. I think it was just 4. I think at max you got 4. Like, if you were on top of it, they literally did not press a button, and you got heat engager into it, and they just didn't disrespect at any point. You got 4. So, like, let's say I give myself heat, and here it is. Actually, yes. Look how much chip it does. Because keep in mind, that was in season 1, and they nerfed the chip. And like, that's another point that I was building to, that I kind of got lost on in my rant, is that if chip is the problem, then reduce or remove chip. And if you don't like the idea of removing chip because it's something new to the game and you want to explore it, fine. You are going to nerf it anyway. And if your thinking was, oh, we don't like that direction for our game where it's chip oriented, and we don't like the direction of our game where there's no response for, you know, moves like that, you should always have a way out. Why the fuck does current Asuka exist? Why does Asuka, why does June, why does so many of these other characters exist the way they do? Why did you give them moves that shut down counterplay? Why am I getting Lionheart mixed up by Steve every 2 seconds? And when you're in the actual game at my level, you don't really experience it, right? You don't really experience the dumb shit to the degree that, like, really shows why it's a problem. But the fact that that dumb shit exists and validates the idea that you truly cared about whether or not Raven could ship you out. Because plenty of people can chip you out. You release Ana, whose whole thing is chip. Ana's whole thing is that she can debuff you, and you take chip damage on block from her strengths. Right? While she's mixing you up and continuously adding plus frames, you take chip. Asuka gives chip. The Bears were literally all around chip. If chip was the thing you were afraid of, why is chip so prevalent? Does that make sense? And listen, that's my tirade done. It just genuinely pissed me off that, like, that's what we did. You know what I mean? Like, that was the fucking hole. That was the fix. I did 9 chip for that. 9 chip. If you died because you got chipped for 20 health and hit, you were dead to 1 mix anyway. let's see. Next move is back facing 3-4. This move, I actually quite like. I'm pretty sure it's sidesteppable. Like I'm 90% sure. I think I sidestep. Actually, I would take that back. I'm like 70% sure. I think I remember you thinking I could sidestep it, and it looks sidesteppable. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's true. Yeah, it's sidesteppable. It's one of those strings. Like it's a knowledge check string for people who don't know what you're doing. But it also is like if you do know what he's doing, then it doubles as I don't want to say mental stack. That's the wrong word. It doubles as like a respect thing, as far as like they have to respect that the extent they have to respect that the extension is coming. At least that's what I believe. I could of course be wrong. Let's test. There you go. They have to respect that the extension is coming, because if they don't, let's say they do something like a mid. Because the thing is that's a fast jab, but it's a high, so it's a jab. It whiffed. Hold on. It's a jab. It whiffed, so it misses, right? So they do a fast mid. As long as it stays out there for longer. Can I run into it? Jump over his head. You're still in the back turn situation. This is the same speed as his launcher. We're going to see how this works out. Yep. So you can be countered out of the move with a launcher. If they do a 16-frame launcher, you lose. So it's a gimmicky stance. Don't get me wrong. I mean, not stance. It's a gimmicky move if you do the full extension. But the idea behind it is they have to do a response in order to capitalize on the stance. So they have to do something in order to how to put this, to capitalize. So for example, if I do this move, then when I spam a button, it returns me to standing. I'm not in crouch. But it's also safe, so you can stay in crouch. You can parry. So if I put him on punishment and then make him wait, I do like a jab. We're gonna do a jab right underneath it. Parry. Parry. Alright. So both those options get parried, where if they try to take their turn, they can, but you can just reset the distance. And then I wonder if grabs beat parries. I think that's the ruling. I can't fully remember if grabs beat parries is like how the game is like hard coded. Nope, you can. Oh, I forgot. Yeah, Raven's different. This is one of the reasons I wanted to play Raven. I like characters with unique things, right? So think about it this way. Think about every character that I've mentioned so far that I say like, hey, I've thought about and I've tried to actually play them, and it wasn't like a hate thing with Victor. To this day, I don't care who asks me. I don't like Victor. Fuck Victor. He can die in a hole. I only played the character so I can at least understand what he's doing, so I can beat Victor's up. Taking that to the end of my fucking grave. Oh, but you have skins for him. I literally can't play a character if I don't have skins. It's strange, I know. I'm not looking at the default skin, bro. I don't care. Don't ask me to play Lily with a default skin. The point is, I play Yoshimitsu. He has flash, right? 8-frame launcher, right? allows you to punish things that are normally safe. Like Alyssa has her chainsaw modes where she does like a mid -8, you can punish it. Devil Jin, when he does Morning Crow 2, doesn't finish the string, you can flash to punish it. Right, get full launchers in situations where other people cannot. But it's defensive, meaning you need them to attack into you for you to do it. You can't just walk up and flash someone unless you condition them into crouching, right? If you condition someone to crouch, you can flash from crouch, you can flash from Kensho, because you can flash from unblockable. You have to condition people to either press or to like crouch. Those are the two ways you can get flashes. You need them to press or you need them to crouch. Either you can interrupt them, you can punish them with flash, blah, blah, blah. Those are the sort of rulings, right? You can interrupt strings, but it's all around you conditioning someone to attack or then to crouch. And most people are already conditioned to attack in this game. Then you have, of course, Devil Jin being a Mishima. He has electrics, he has wave dash, he has 112. Right, these are incredibly good tools. 112 being a very easy, hey, I don't know what the fuck to punish with. I'm just gonna jab you, and if I'm wrong, so be it. If I'm right, I get to do the follow-up. And since it's a Rekka, I shouldn't say Rekka, I'm not sure if that's the proper term. Since it's a 3-hit move, if you do 1-1 into 2 to knock them down, which they're used to, right? They're never gonna disrespect if they get hit with 1-1 because they assumed they're gonna get hit with 2. They go, oh, I pressed, and they get lazy, which means they're not gonna be paying attention, and you can do 1-1 into Hell Sweep, and Devil Jin's the only one with a launching Hell Sweep, right? And if you're close enough to the wall, get there, that's 70 damage, 76 damage, right? Or 77 damage, that's good damage. That's unique. And I'm not playing him because, oh, he has this unique thing that no one else has. I find it interesting to play around this set of tools. Chains, visually interesting, unique. Yoshimitsu, Flash, Dragonfly, Spin, visually interesting. Unblockable Sword Sweep, visually interesting and unique, in which you have to play around those tools specifically. And in exchange, they took away tools to make it awkward. That's how it's supposed to work, right? In this game, Yoshimitsu is a little more all-around. He's more all-around, and he has higher damage, right? So a lot of the issues I was having with Yoshi is like, I don't know what I'm doing wrong or what I'm supposed to do here. It's because outside of some of those like strong tools, I wasn't able to think of like, what should I do? So if I didn't have the tools, what would I do? If I didn't have the ability to do that, what would I do? Because he has no Pokemon. Sure, he has like down forward 2. And then like a down back 3. That's it. Or like he has a 12 frame mid. Sure. But he has no like, I'm going to do whatever the fuck I want in your face, like plus frame buttons where you have to respect. If you see the loop that a Yoshimitsu player is doing, you can fully interrupt and disrespect. And it's like, okay, what are you talking about? Isn't that everyone? No. Yoshi's only plus frame move that's like viable, that doesn't get you killed, is like back 1. And even then they could duck and launch you. So like, you have to play smarter, and you have to play very like specialist based, and you still have to throw out wacky shit that may get you killed just to make people not like, you can't give them room with Yoshi. You have to do wacky shit in their face to buy you enough time to download them to like win. And if you don't do enough wacky shit and you play reserved, you get rushed down by like the same Tekken 8 nonsense. And you can be like, oh, you have Flash, which is easily baitable, right? Like you have to, there's spacing traps for Flash, there's frame traps for Flash. Flash doesn't work for lows. Flash doesn't work for several things like backswing blows. So to say Flash is like incredibly ignorant to what Flash is, and it shows that like you literally don't know how to play against a Yoshi, because Flash should be the least of your concern. I know Flash is strong, but you simply can't just go, oh, hatchet kick, don't do anything, and you'd be like, oh, that's overpowered. Sure, bro. Sure. Because he's not flashing. It's like Sabaki, bro. not Sabaki, that's the wrong word, like Can. If you think they're gonna do a Can, right? Technically, can't you duck it underneath a Can and launch them? But you just aren't gonna do that. You're just not. That's because that's who you are, right? Flash is a real reasonable thing to bait out. Doing like a pushback move, and like the thing is, like the better the Yoshi gets, because Yoshi has to lab every single character. Yeah. Why do you think I'm doing this? Actually, now that we're here, why do you think I'm actually down this road? It's because I have to learn every single character. I have to lab every single character, and along the way, I'm gonna go, oh, okay, Yoshi can do this here. Yoshi can do this here. Yoshi can do this here. So I'm improving my Yoshi game for later. I'm just happening to find characters that I genuinely like and respect. So it's becoming a situation where I'm going to have to play every character to figure this out. And I'm starting to see that there are certain characters where if you run like a Flash mindlessly, you die instantly. Like if Deligent thinks you're going to Flash, he can just backswing blow you. Same thing with, and like it's the thing where like Flash has no range too. So if you do something with slow speed, like back 1+2 on Diligent, that can work. And you can be like, oh, because he thinks you're gonna fly, or because you think he's gonna flash, he can take his turn. That's how the game works. I don't like that. I don't know what to tell you, bro. If you don't like the idea that because he has this tool that would beat you, you stop doing things in the moment to bait it so you can launch it because that's how you play the game, and you don't like the idea that the fact that he has that influences your behavior and makes you not press, and then he adapts to that and starts pressing. I don't know, bro. Do you like Tekken? And you could be like, oh, Flash shouldn't be in Tekken. It's been in Tekken forever. Like, forever. It's been in Tekken for so long. We have bigger things to worry about than fucking Flash. So many things. And I will die on this hill that if you complain about Flash and Yoshimitsu, not from the standpoint of, oh, I got hit with Flash, that's annoying, but that's my fault. Or I got hit with Flash, that's annoying, but I probably could have did something better. That's a scrub thing to do. Because here's the thing. I get why Flash is strong. I know it's supposed to be a Raven video, but every time I talk about Yoshi, it devolves into this. I get why Flash is strong, right? But let's take a moment and decide if you stop pressing whenever he flashes and you launch him for full combo like you're supposed to, you can assume he won't flash next time. It's an assumption. You could be wrong, but that's the game. Where it's a game of, all right, if I'm right here, he dies. If he's right, then I die. And you can mitigate that by one, figure out your slower moves. Where if he tries to interrupt during the speed of your slower moves, he would have to use something like a jab or something. You can figure out your lows, your range lows. You can figure out your frame traps for Flash, right? There's things you can do to bait a bad Yoshimitsu. A good Yoshimitsu, it's actually still just Tekken. And if you're mad that you're facing someone who's good at the character and that's just good at the game, you're just a dickhead. It's just that simple. And this is the same scenario, well, not as gruesome as Flash, not as specific as Flash, where with this parry, I don't know, it actually parries everything in the game. Every single character I play has something very, very unique. It's a one frame parry. It's frame one, every single thing in the game. So like the skill ceiling for Flash, if you place it well, right? Destroy people. Skill ceiling with unblockable low, you destroy people. Skill ceiling for like spin, you destroy people. Skill ceiling for like back one, we all seen that one fucking Yoshimitsu I Musician and Kudon's game where he was on Heihachi. Back one, into the power crush, spin away back 2-2 for the whiff punish, launch combo. That is specifically Yoshimitsu. Like, you're never gonna see that sort of thing on anyone else. I play things that are unique to me, or interesting to me, because unique things are interesting. Because you have to play in different ways. Because they yield different results. They specialize in different categories. The timing for it is very strict. Did I key charge by accident? I could have swore maybe it wasn't Rage Arts. My bad. It's not literally everything. It's like nearly everything. I'm trying to think. Like I guess it'd be easier if I had like a heat smash that was predictable. I guess we can try Ravens. It being on 8. Wait. It's like this one's gonna be extremely hard. Trying to parry this in fucking hard. There we go. So you have to do like last second, but you get the idea. The amount of skill expression that you can get off of this is insane. To parry someone's heat smash is genuinely a crazy feat to have to like try to do. I'm gonna try the Rager one last time. See if I can do it like last second. But you get the idea where like with Double Jin, with his combo damage so high, it's all about making the correct fundamental reads and then playing around your weaker tools. Right? So if you make a good read on a sidestep, right, you can get 100 damage. Right? If you make a good read on a duck, you can get good damage. That's literally everyone in the game, by the way. Everyone can do that. The difference I find with Double Jin is him having the Mishima tools allows him like the playstyle of a Mishima. And then he still has like Unga Bunga shit like Samsara, which goes on their highs, which is like he has turn stealing moves that if played well can have very big result. Right? You can use them well here and have a big result. Be very evasive, blah blah blah. And then, right, on top of that, he has a launching Hell Sweep, which means you can start ramping up pressure and out the blue hit someone with the Hell Sweep. Sure, it's risky. Sure, the character isn't that good in this game atmosphere, but it's still cool. On top of his visuals, Chains as a whiff punishment tool, Electric as a wish punishment tool, stuff like that. The ability to like lunge in and out to distance over and over again with your heat, still pretty cool. The list isn't that long for Double Jin, I'm not gonna lie, but like I still find him entertaining. I think you can tell who I like my rating of how much I like a person or how much I like a character by how much cosmetics I have for them. Like if the bar is 10 long, if I have all 10 filled out, plus the shared, there's some in the shared, that character's locked in. I'm not going anywhere. So eventually, the more I play this character Raven, the more I'm going to make Craig customs. They may not be as good as this one, but I'm not sure if this is even possible, to be honest. As you can see, I am doing the parry. And it's frame one, so if I'm doing it as late as possible, and just to prove I can block. You know what I mean? Why does that track? I guess because I'm -8 or -6, so it makes sense. And here's another question I have: can you interrupt with Rage Art? I mean, I guess you can. If you can do it with a 16 move, you can do it with Rage. Oh, you just go over actually. Yeah. All right, enough of this. Enough of this. Uh, Still cool move. Still objectively like it. I'm gonna move on from the tirade about uniqueness and character identity and how weak Devil feels today. Because it really is just like sidestep two, since back three. If you want to play Unga Bunga, and then if it's not Unga Bunga, it's fucking electric hell sweep, uh, and like down three. I want to say, oh, and like back two one. So that the first two hits of those tracks. So like those are the tools you're using. Maybe like 4-4-4. If you get lucky, you get a counter hit from range. Up forward 4. I feel like I use way more tools in Devil to win than I do Yoshi, and I think I need to go back through and do like a full, what's the word for it? A full like rework of the way I do Yoshi. Because it's not that like I'm terrible, but it feels like I don't have so much flow or forward momentum that I need to on the character, which allows me to throw random shit on the screen, which would then allow me to mix them up. And I can become very predictable at a certain point on Yoshi. It's the same thing with Devil Jin too. So like changing of timing, changing of tactics, some way to get in per se, or like heat dash for a mix. Who knows? Anyway, I need to jot this down really quickly. Go back turn 3, 4, 3, and that is what 11 minus 11 on block. Wait, that's 10 frames? Oh yeah, I forgot to turn that off. That is on me. So is it mid mid? It's high mid mid. -6. Okay. Oh, that is not -16. -6. It's an I-10 move. Leave note. Last hit. Heavy. Forward. And which is important. Now, here's a burning question that I have that I'm going to solve for myself right now.
Get ready for the
This
next
may take a
battle.
while, but I don't care. So I gotta find someone whose radar is like pretty standstillish. If I do that, I should be fine for like literally everyone's. Nope, hers moves forward. I know Kazuya's rage art. He stands still.
Get ready for the next battle.
What is rage art not here? That's weird. Nah, I think it just goes over all of them. Um, Yoshi's goes forward. I don't think I ever remember Paul's going forward.
Get
I don't think
ready
I
for the
remember a
next
Paul
battle.
rage art going forward ever. To be fair, if I got rage arted by Paul, I probably rolled my eyes, so I wasn't really paying attention. No, he's moving forward. Like he kind of like glides forward. Like there's so much privilege with this character, as far as like, and I feel like privilege is okay. I seen a video from a second YouTuber where it was just like, oh, this character's so privileged, and it was basically like, oh, this character's overpowered, needs to be nerfed. And I think privilege is okay.
Get
Privilege
ready for the
is the
next
reason we
battle.
play characters. If that makes sense. Like there's objectively boring characters. There's objectively characters that no one wants to play, that no one really cares about, except for some weird person who happens to be nasty at the game and goes, "Yo, bro, these tools are crazy," right? But that character is boring, and like their personality, their playstyle just doesn't line up with what people like to do. Because there's, to a certain extent, like the privilege you get on Yoshimitsu, plus his aesthetic, plus his stances, for me, all makes sense. Like in the sense of like, oh, these feel like they fit together. I like these things. Right? Some people can't stand playing Yoshi. Right? I remember Momo saying like, oh yeah, I don't like playing Yoshimitsu at all. But he loves playing Devilgen. Does that make sense? Right? Um, where is quick step? There we go. I mentally blanked out when I was. I think if everyone's rage art is forward advancing, this like it just avoids everyone's.
Get
Which
ready
means
for the
it's
next
good for a
battle.
situation where like if someone likes to rage art and you don't want them to rage art, you can test them into doing it. Like you can that's not what I meant to do at all. You can bait them. Yeah, it's just gonna miss. Wait, oh it didn't. Oh. So if their radar actually doesn't cause them to move forward, you still get hit. So it's really just like on a case by case basis. Cool. And then since you're zero after this, oh, I did not mean to do that. Hey, bro, I'm not sure if you can or cannot parry rage arts, but I feel like you should. I feel like if someone calls out a rage art, I mean not calls out a rage art, but like reacts to a rage art with a parry, that'd be interesting. It'd be, I like his thing. So many people be like, "Oh yeah, rage art is like a scrub move. Rage art is a scrub move." Why not give someone who can just validate a rage art? You know what I mean? Like, why not? I mean, it's Raven. Not many people play Raven in the first place. It wouldn't matter. And you use rage arts when people aren't pressing in the first place. Raven would have to how to put this. It wouldn't change anything if Raven could.
Get ready for
Either
the
someone
next
rage
battle.
arts, you want to launch them, right? So if Raven could, they would just choose not to carry it. They would just launch it. But I guess since it's like a one frame, it creates a situation where you were technically punishable by something. No, because it doesn't make any sense. Because if I'm like, say I'm a Mishima, right? And I do 1-1-2, and I'm launch punishable, and they rage art, that was never going to hit me in the first place. So I block, I launch, and kill them. If I'm minus 30 and the rage art is guaranteed, they were gonna hit me regardless. I can't parry. So like, I feel like he should be able to parry it, bro. I do. He can parry fucking heat smashes. He should be able to parry rage arts. I totally forgot to turn off my. So 3-4-4 -9. You have a parry that you can do for back turn. Shift to a blind roll. That's rage audible. Right behind them. I feel like this is a good move for like if you were to punish. I mean, you're not worried about getting a mix. You just want to get back to your side. You do. Right. Now you're back on your side. Ready to fight. Yeah, I just like this one. Of course, I don't think this is interruptible at all. Like, of course you could probably size stuff. So, so if I do right, get hits. Alright, you're on the ground. I'm still on back turn. I can do whatever makes. Right. Another thing about it is if I delay it by one input, so he just wait till I do the full thing. I'll back turn, right? I can't possibly turn around fast enough to not get hit. I can only duck. So if I'm trying to un unplug myself, I can't unless I can't do so with only one frame available. So in this situation, hold on, I'm gonna get to that later. I have to parry. I have no choice. I have to parry. Um, Good news though, his parry is pretty good. So you saw it worked on a like 10 frame jab. Works on a 16 frame move too. So like, it is indeed fast enough. I didn't call like a slow move. What's a slow fucking move he has? I doubt it's gonna work on something like this. But then again, I'm not entirely sure on how the game's coded. Nope, it's too slow. Like, it doesn't become active in time for the parry to work. Or it doesn't... Like, I'm not sure, cause if it's a one-frame parry, like, it activates in one frame, how long is the active frames for said parry? You know what I mean? Like, what's the window condition? because of course you're gonna be doing it on immediate timing, so anything slow is going to lose. But you get what I mean though, right? So if I do this, wait a little bit, I could probably catch it. But the timing is so specific that it would be only matter to that move in particular. It's like I'm fighting an Elden Ring boss. Yeah. I don't know. Like it just doesn't work for slower moves, which is fine. They can be used as a hard call out. And if you aren't, it forces the opponent in a situation where if they don't want to be parried, they have to wait for your parry to come out and then attack. Or do a slower move so your parry just goes away and you beat them for using it, right? It's objectively good game design to me, personally, because if you're doing a slow move, I can just jab you, and then now we have a mental game. Now we have a mental game of what do I do, right? And when we're done, we're gonna go from person to person, character to character, and try things out. The last thing I wanted to show was if you labyrinth, like you go through someone. Oh, not labyrinth. If you blind roll, which is what it's called. If you do, not that. Not that. If you do something like that, where you phase through them, you're not safe. In fact, the game hates you. The game hates Raven. Because I'm not sure why you would give him a side swap tool if he can be punished on reaction for side swapping with, like, death. Like, with, like... See? And that's the slow option. That was the slow option. This is the fast one. We're gonna record again. I think this is the only thing that misses. Because of its like slow startup or a good startup, right? So if I do does it force crouch? Interesting. It's like doing dick jab. Alright, we're gonna record that and then go to the bottom and record the same thing. So why was he not punishing before? What's going on? Oh, I see. Well, no, because I have that right. What's going on? That gotta be a bug, bro. That has to be a bug. I'm not sure. Hey, bro, I'm moving on from rage art. I'm moving on from just like pure raw rage art because I'm not sure why that's bugged. But let me record that. That was kind of delayed on my part. You can guarantee do this, and that's combo. So, which does mean you can do that into rage, or you can jab into rage. Technically, he's airborne after it, so you take less damage. But like, you get the general point where you have to earn. If the game philosophy of Tekken is that you have to earn nearly everything, right? Nearly everything, except for like certain characters with specific moves because they're that character and character uniqueness and character identity, blah blah blah. Okay, Tekken season 8. That's the I. See how we're looping back to like, yo, bro, what the fuck was season 8? And like some of them, like those things have nothing to do with each other. Well, even if something as simple as I want to be on this side or I want to escape the corner on an already slow 25 frame move that transitions on through you, by the way, is punished. But we gave Panda a wall splatting throw that side swats, that side switches. So your back is against the wall. Why is there no like? That's wait, is my back against the wall here? No, the game is just weird. It's not giving me. Because if I do this, oh, maybe I'm not holding it fully. Am I bugging? I'm trying to make it reset me into the corner, but it's not doing it. So fuck it. And why is he hitting me now? What the fuck's going on, bruh? Fuck it, where's the side switch throw at? Here. I'm just gonna run you to the wall and then side switch throw you again. I don't feel like playing with it. Alright. The point that I'm making about this move and gameplay balance and like decision making is that if it's such a strong move that it needs to have the restriction of you cannot, excuse me, sir. If it's like, oh, you're at the wall, why do you need to earn your way out? The person wall carried you, the person did their job, they got you here. They did everything that they could possibly to do to get you to this spot, and now their moves are stronger because you're at the wall. It becomes an enhanced situation where you have to take a more dangerous mix-up. They've earned this. Cool. That's why if I do this, you can jab me out of it and punish me for it. I don't get to escape the corner for free. Right? I don't get to put you in the corner for free. But Panda can. Panda can grab you, side switch you, and then wall splat you. That's guaranteed. So for your punishment for carrying her to the wall and dealing with the bear's bullshit is to be launched. Most importantly, your punishment for carrying her to the wall. It sounds so crazy because like it's a throw. Break it. It's unbreakable. It's an untakeable throw. So your literal punishment for bringing her to the wall is to be side swapped and comboed, and then you have to deal with the get up situation, the Oki. Why the fuck can Raven not just this? This is infinitely less toxic than a grab that side swaps you. Infinitely. And if it's a world where it's like, oh, we cannot have Raven side swapping, right, off this move, so we got to make it negative during the transition. Brother, man, you could just make it give up his fucking, like, you can make it punishable afterwards. No, not even punishable afterwards, because, like, I feel like that'd be kind of OD. Or, like, at least, like, -10, right? Make it, like, -10. Because in this case now, this move will never be used. Like, if anyone knows you can jab this on a reaction, well, then again, it's Raven. No one plays Raven, so, you know, I guess my complaints about the character don't matter when no one knows the matchup, so no one's going to do that. Okay? And you can make an argument like, oh, The panda thing isn't overpowered because no one plays her, no one knows the break. It's unbreakable. It wouldn't matter. It wouldn't matter how much time you spent. It wouldn't matter how good of a player you were. You were going to get hit. I'm gonna go get something to drink. Let's see if we can size up this part. Nope, you cannot. I'm gonna write down this notation real quickly. Now, if I had to take a guess, or a gander, I should say. About if I had to take a guess about what the counterplay to this move is, I'd say jab. I think if Raven gets jabbed in the middle of this move, he gets floated and dies. But I'm wrong. So what is the counterplay to this move? I think it'd be easier instead of just having the bot do that over and over. I just fight against it. Just save us both the time. What is the counterplay to this move? Yo, bro, what is this? What do you do against this move? Yeah? Okay. What do you do against this? I have no clue. Maybe... Can't rage. Okay. So power crush after the first move. Because after the first move, if the second one lands, you're not doing shit. You're not doing. What do you mean? You normally with strings, it happens that the like, let's say it's a 3-hit string. Last hit's a mid, usually unsafe, right? There's a high somewhere in there, right? At the very least, that's just how strings work out. This is a safe mid string that has you jumping through the air, mind you, but you can't interrupt it, and you can't sidestep it. And backdashing, you're just gonna get caught. It's safe on block. So like, if they does this string, there's nothing you can do about it. So if Raven does the string, there's nothing to be done. He either does the safe mid, or he does um. They're both mids, and isn't that one safe too? No, that one can be interrupted. The other one can't. So the mental game on which version he's gonna use and which one can be interrupted and which one can't. That seems convoluted as fuck. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like, here's the thing. I don't play Raven, so there's Raven players who are like, "Oh yeah, we love this shit, bro. This is great. If this move was punishable, I'd never use it. Cool, whatever, got it." It just seems like weird. It just seems weird. You know what I mean? It's just very, very weird. Right? For that to be interruptible, cool. Sidesteppable, cool. Right? And then there's this. So why in the fuck would you use anything else? Why would you use the other version? That's the question. And if he doesn't interrupt me, send my backhand. Okay, you're forward facing, but you're -6. So I guess you technically can do more stuff. Technically, like probably not because you're -6. You're still heavily minus. So you can't sidestep. Except I guess like you could throw like a dick jab maybe. Like you could duck, but you can still duck on the other one. So like if I do, you can still duck. I don't get why you would use the other one at all. and they oh, because this one has like the blind roll thing. But, no. So this is safe on block, just like the other one. They can't sidestep. They can't press into it. Right? And if you're sidestepping the first move, they have the first, same, and second move. So that's not really an explanation of why you use the other one. Hold on. Let's go to the wall. Because maybe the wall will solve our problems. Let's say tries to interrupt at the second. We're gonna stop it from being a jab, so we can't actually, beat it. Do something like this, something slow. Yo, bro, can I get my fucking wall? Like, how do I have to do it? Do I have to hold the side? Oh, I'm a dumbass. I'm a dumbass. I'm a dumbass. Oh, whatever. Fine. All right, that doesn't wall splat. That interrupts. That move fucking sucks. Why would I ever use that? Nah. Why would I ever use that? I'm using the bathroom, bro. I'm sitting on bald. So this move here in particular, right? It has good range. All right. And you enter an airborne state when you do it. So you technically could take less damage. So like you could be about here, still hits. Alright. -5, technically good. This could be a flow chart you do a couple times. Right. Still just good. You can do it to immediately get in +5. Right. I don't have any complaints about this move. Uh, and that's just it. If you were expecting anything else, I'm sorry. There's just nothing. There's nothing to say. It's just a pretty generic heat engager. I mean, like it's pretty quick too. 19 frames from that distance, not too bad. You know what I mean? Like, we have back turn 1+2 power crush. Hey, bro. 1+2 power crush. It's minus like 13 on block. Pretty standard move. I guess the only way to see, I need to see which way you could sidestep said move. Ah, you have to go to his right, aka step left. Three plus four, just launcher. This was one of the moves I was throwing out. It was also kind of dumb, not gonna lie. -14. -15 frame move. It's nothing. It's nothing too special. So I can stop sidewalk to the right. But not to the left. So if you step towards his right side, then guess what? You beat him. There's forward one, which is like a throw. I guess this is useful for situations where, so you're at the wall. I guess I should be the one at the wall. Where you do a mix, like not a mix. You punish him. Like let's say, block, and then have him crouch because I've been sweeping him a lot. Crouch block. You can do something like this. I can do something like this, where now you're against the wall and I'm in back turn. So if we're to do that again, and I'm +6 into back turn. So you have to take a mix. Again, it's not a bad move. the reason I don't sound too like impressed is not because the move is bad or not useful. It's just one of those like it's a hard read. Like I feel like so far it's been Raven with hard reads has a lot of options. And like it's not that that's bad. That's how you want the game to be. It should be like option selects and then like rewards on hard reads should be good. Um yeah, it just is what it's supposed to. It's just not like it's just like a fundamental tool. It's something like you optimize over time playing. You play a bunch of matches, you get into a situation, you say, "Oh, I'm at the wall. Let me see if he's ducking." Right? Or let me do like kick every time, and then just do it to a. I don't fucking know, man. Because it's such a specific thing to do when your back is turned against the wall to try to hit him with a move that swaps you into that position. I mean, out of that position off of like a mix. So you have to convince him to duck, and then you have to spend that cash, like that payout of getting him to duck, by just side swapping him instead of just killing him because you got him to duck. Does that make sense? Right? Where like if you were gonna risk your life anyway, you could just do this. And I'm pretty sure that knocks down. So like it knocks him down. If I do. Right, you can get like a follow up. Cool. That that in and of itself is not ideally what you would want to go for, but it's still a hell of a lot better than that. Even though it gives you a mix up, it'd be different. Like I guess I'm thinking about it wrong. It's not a situation where you use it as a mix up. You should be using it in the neutral when you're in an unfavorable side. So like, but like it's so short range. So you're like around here. Now you're swapped, and like if you get it, cool. And it doesn't work while he's back turned. If your opponent is back turned, then it doesn't work. But then again, why would you be using that if you're back turned? So it doesn't really matter. Um. Yeah, there's not much I can really say. You'd just be using it in a neutral. And you're +6. No? Nothing too crazy about that. You have back turn 4, 2, 3. All around safe. Okay. Uh, First of all, what I need to check is we're checking size types. Before I forget. Alright. Step into the left works. Ah. So let me write that down really quick. Tracks. Stepping. Right. And then this next move we have. Yeah, this next move tracks to the right too. So you're supposed to be stepping this stance to the left. Actually, it seems to be missing. Maybe you can like delay it. Okay, what about if you step the other way? Nah, it just doesn't track at all. Cool. That's good to see. Yes. This is forward, 2, 3, mid, mid. And I think, what is it? Five, 7. $17 frames. Okay. Double pull. Four two has an extension. Didn't fuck writing the having the extensions be a separate tab is fucking bonkers sometimes. I'm not gonna hold you, bro. Cause like I'm not gonna hold you. It definitely does feel like a situation like, yo, bro, you didn't have to do that. But hey, bro. 4223. We'll leave a little note down here of forward 2, 3, 2. What's the combo for you? There gotta be a back turn for it. I guess this turns back turn. Yeah. Only if that's a counter hit does not launch. How long have I been streaming? 5 hours? I've gotten fucking nowhere in 5 hours. Jesus Christ. Oh shit, bro. I'm gonna have to break this into halves. I'm ending this portion.